I just read what you put. It was literally as it accidentally cycled to a third song, I looked up and saw your comment just at a glance. I was actually reading an article over on my side screen. Yes, hey there, Anachronism. Joe, hey Joe, fucking First in Karina, Wither, Estrella, Anachronism. Hello and welcome, Anti-Tanky Action. I have to admit I get a little twitchy when I see those emotes. Why is yeah. Maybe that fixed it. My activity feed from OBS is a little janky today. Ah, well. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, let's, oh, hey, Skeptic. Oh, I never got back to you. You sent me a message. I mean, nothing in Canada. Again, you're in Canada and you're looking for anarchist bookstores that I can't help you. I can't. I don't have anything in Canada. Any reasonably cheap books that I could find are gonna have to be shipped up to Canada, which are gonna. Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, it's not that you messaged me at fucking 9 in the morning when I'm sound asleep. Whatever, dude. Anyway, moving on. I went to the grocery store, bought some melatonin, and slept most of the day. Good on you, Wither. Yeah, I'm usually asleep till depends on what stream day I had, but I definitely could sleep till 2 in the afternoon. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, 2 shootings today. Two. We had the Texas one where he shot up a workplace, shot a cop, and then was arrested. And then we had some NFL player who shot his, the doctor who had treated him, the doctor's wife, their 2 grandchildren, and a neighbor who happened to be standing outside at the time. Now that one's clearly CTE related. I'm sorry. Just call it like it is. That motherfucker took too many hits to the head. But yeah, we got a bit of a mental health crisis going on in this country. Who could have guessed? Yo, I know, right, Estrella? 2 more. Throw them on the pile. It's just absolutely astounding at this point. You know, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Sorry. Brain injury. You've probably heard it as TBI, traumatic brain injury, that sort of thing. But CTE is the more technical term. It's what football players suffer from usually. CTE. Oh, really? Oh, wait. Squiddy, are you here? Hold on. Nope. Squiddy's not here. Just Squiddy. Squiddy's in chat. Interesting. All right. Over in Discord. But sports ball, good. I can't. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. There is potential for it, for sure. Yeah. All right, so 2 shootings. Let's do some of the, let's do this one. NSA is ours. So this happened a few hours ago. Columbus, Ohio. Pay attention to that right in the middle of the screen. This is a paint plant that has had numerous violations already in their history. Yeah. Hey, Elliot. Right, anachronism. And you know, it's boom. And I always love the ash. Like, you know, oh great, now we're breathing that in, whatever the fuck it is. There's 1 person missing. There's several people injured, according to the news reports at this time. So the missing person, yeah. And then I had this little picture lined up. Here's the French army. They're practicing new tactics, apparently. The French army is now practicing working with Boston Dynamics spots. Yeah. They're in the very beginning, very early stages of seeing how it can aid them or assist them in breach entries and in close quarters combat scenarios, but they are beginning to practice with robots in combat situations. So look forward to that dystopian turn. The NYPD's using them. The French army's using them. The U.S. military already has them. They don't use the Spot. They've got an entirely different class of robots that they use. But yeah. Cops ruining good boys since 1899. We'll see, Karina. We'll see. Let's see. What else? What else? Sure. Oh, the U.S. is considering sending warships to the Black Sea because of Russia and Ukraine tensions and the mounting pressures in that area. So look forward to that getting interesting as well, since we're sending a fleet anyway to the South China Sea. Let's throw one in the Black Sea as well. I'm sure that will get interesting either. Poggers moment when your government's too broke to buy robo-doggos. Oh, premarital. I feel ya. Yeah, Navalny's not doing so well, is he? No. I have not read those, Skeptic. International waters for some international fun. Hey, Zippy. How are you? So let's see, what else do we have? Oh, here's here's an interesting little tidbit. Yeah, I'm not huge into Deleuze, or however we wish to say his name in English. He's not one of my focal points. I've had to recently go back and fucking reread Foucault due to power dynamic analyses within post-left anarchism. I don't have time for fucking Deleuze. They have a nasty habit of wanting to fuck kids. I'm just gonna call him Deli. That's fair with her. So this is a weird stat. It just is what it is. And you know it, I know it, we all know it. Like, just call it for what it is, you know? Like, take the philosophy, you know, use it how you see fit, but there's a tendency there that is difficult to ignore, for sure. So U.S. suicides dropped last year, despite the pandemic, or because of the pandemic, maybe. That's the fascinating thing. We, Gatesgate style, suicides actually dropped. That's what I think it is, Estrella. I think it's the lack of work. I think it's society shutting down. I think it's the grind sort of stopping temporarily. Society sort of came to a stop and suicides dropped. I think there's a corollary there. I really do. Nope. Exactly, Estrella. They had time to live their life, spend time with their families, or do what they wanted. They actually got to live for a moment, rather than just schlep into some wage slave job, which pushed them over the edge. Yeah. Yes, Zippy. Silver linings. Exactly, Australia. Everybody got a fucking hobby. Everybody started doing stuff. Who else was needed or essential? Sorry, Karina. I have been, you know, hesitant to say at times my lifestyle almost got better because of the lockdown. Like, legitimately. Yeah. I'm dreading everything opening back up and people, like, I don't want that again. Not a whole lot changed for me. In fact, a couple of things actually got a little better. I mean, I don't even need to walk into my weed store if I go down there anymore. They'll bring it out to my car because of the pandemic. Are you shitting me? There's a lot of stuff that I hope we can keep around after this thing. U.S. alone, Skeptic. U.S. alone. Yep. Oh, that's right. That's what you do, Karina. I forgot. They got time to... sorry, I'm just reading some stuff in Discord. Oh, Squiddy. Things I miss. Banging. Things I don't miss. Everything else. Fair enough. Yeah, so, yeah, suicide rates actually went down during the pandemic, which is, you know, I think actually expected when you sit back and think about it, frankly. Now here's we're gonna take a turn. Rolls-Royce had the best quarter in 116 years. Basically, the wealthy were just grabbing those half a $1,000,000 cars like they were fucking hotcakes. $4 trillion by the world's wealthy elite was garnered through the pandemic. So things like yacht manufacturers and Rolls-Royce, they have seen massive upticks in their sales figures. Yeah. Oh, Birdie. Fair enough. And hey there, Birdie. Oh, I'm kind of feeling it right out of the gate. I kind of want to just open the door to fucking before we get a bunch of psychos. Matt Gaetz used Venmo to send $900 to his sex trafficker buddy, who then forwarded the $900 to some teenage girl. And like Gaetz entered hit up and the girl's name in the memo field when he Venmo'd it. By the way, I mean, hey, Fertus. I mean, these people really are fucking stupid, aren't they? Like, hey, let me send you a Venmo for our human trafficking enterprise. How fucking stupid are you? Well, apparently Matt Gaetz level stupid at least. Like, that's, I mean, okay. Sure. Thanks for the evidence trail, you fucking moron. I wonder what emoji they used. Fair enough. How Silverspoon stupid is this guy? Pretty. There's no such thing as an evil genius. Apparently they're all dumb. Evil dumbass. Lead spoon stupid. I love it. I love it. All right, so... you know what? Let's just take a look at this because let's dunk on some fucking tankies right out of the gate. Like, let's just fucking look at some of these geniuses. These brilliant scholars. This was on Gen Zedong. If you're not familiar, Gen Zedong is a subreddit on Reddit that is for Gen Z Dengists and sometimes Maoists. It's a shithole. It's a shithole. If you do not wholeheartedly stand with the DPRK, you are not a leftist. I wish Kaiser were here because it specifically calls out Koreans. By the way, to understand just how fucked America Koreans are in the head, check out this bullshit. It just goes into like it goes into a bunch of racist screeds. Like here's the long and short of it. Basically, a bunch of fucking tankies start snapping off with a bunch of racial epithets for what they see as fake Asians who are now Americans, and yeah. It's just a fun time, but I thought you'd enjoy that. If you don't wholeheartedly stand with the fucking North Koreans, you're not a leftist. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. No, that's Alvarez. That's not at all what Premarital was referencing. We're talking about Matt Gaetz in that regard, leaving a Venmo trail as opposed to a paper trail. How do I do anachronism? Give me a second. How about no? All right. I'm gonna open it up early. Let's do this. Who wants to jump on air? We'll start this early and we'll fucking see what level of shit fuckery we get up to. Because I fully, yes, Wither, that's what tankies are like. I fully expect this to get weird as fuck, seeing as the track record we've had for this week has been weird as fuck. So. Oh, anachronism. Yeah. Oh, they're full-on authoritarians. I fucking can't stand authoritarians. But, again, I'm an anarchist. It kind of comes with the territory. What's up, Kat? We're gonna start doing... Oh, hey, I have a thing to talk to you about, Kat, actually. So, feel free to get on the air. Karina's already beat you there. What's up, Karina?
What's up, nerds?
I saw that message from, was it David Michaud or something like that?
Rashad?
It's Rory McDonald was gonna fight some dude, David Michaud. It was posted in the...
I don't know who David Rashad is, but I don't know who Rory McDonald is. So this is like deep MMA lore.
Yeah, it's the...
You knew about it before I did.
Well, it's the MMA subreddit, and it came to my attention. So basically, David Michaud took to Twitter. So this is going to be a tough post. After multiple tests on my heart, including a cardiac MRI and talking with multiple cardiologists, and I'm going to talk to Sweet about this too, I've been informed that I got a bad ticker. I have a congenital bicuspid aortic valve with dilated aortic root. Unfortunately, I was born with this. Because of the dilation of the aorta, fighting puts me at risk for an aortic dissection.
Oh, God damn.
A tear in the aorta. That would be fatal under almost all circumstances. For this reason, I will not be able to fight Rory McDonald on April 29th, and unless anything changes ever again. So yeah, that's a thing.
That's fun.
Yeah. I was like, oh, interesting. Like, it just came across my my feed, and I was like, oh, aortic dissection. I don't know who these people are, but that's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stories like that in martial arts, and although usually it's not like the heart, it's usually like crippling spinal and neck injuries, but they just kind of like truck through it. So, you know, nice to see some injury diversity here.
Fair enough. Anachronism. I just want to grow beans and shrooms in peace. Fair enough. Let's see. I don't know what these are on about. You weren't here at the beginning. I already covered the 2 shootings today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there was the Texas guy who went into his workplace and just lit it up. And then, like, went on the run and shot a cop in the process. And then, you know, was arrested, by the way. And then there was a football man, Phillips Adams. Apparently, like, he's the second one out of that year's Patriots that has gone on a shooting spree at this point. Almost guaranteed to be CTE territory. Shot the doctor who treated him and his wife and their 2 grandkids, ages 9 and 5, and a neighbor, and then shot himself.
Lovely story.
Yes. Yeah. That was basically America today.
Yeah.
Fucking ass. I get emotional when I hear stuff like that because I wish they weren't cowards and they faced some sort of justice so we could force them to walk through like razor blades.
Well, revenge never works, and the first one did. He's alive. He's in custody. But the second one was the result of gladiatorial sport for the proletariat's amusement. I'm just gonna say it. I mean, it was almost guaranteed to be caused by repeated, dramatic, chronic head injuries as a result of his occupation.
Yeah. I think like really people don't understand like how debilitating that shit is until they've like been around someone who has like CT or has been through multiple concussions. That shit fucks you up, son. It really does.
Yeah. It's you know, people, I heard some people say, like, you're gonna hear this cliche about how he wasn't himself. No, he wasn't. I'm sorry.
It really fucking wasn't, son.
I'm, you know, if you're familiar with CTE and TBI at all, like, especially, like, one traumatic brain injury can fuck your world. Talk to any of our returning soldiers from, you know, the Middle East and who have been in explosions and shit like that. One TBI can permanently change your personality. CTE is just that, but, like, you know, 500 times.
Yeah, basically, like the way that like it's basically a degenerative disease. It's a degenerative disease. So basically, once CTE starts, it doesn't fucking stop. Your brain literally fucking shrinks in size and calcifies in certain fucking places. Like it's
brutal.
Yeah, it's fucked.
And it's done.
Imagine forgetting about forgetting. Like that's like the level of damage we're talking here.
Yeah, and it's done for the public's amusement. It's modern gladiators. They spill their blood so that we may be distracted from all of it.
Yeah.
It's part of the Panamet Circenses program. He's the Circenses.
Still trying it, though.
This is why, at this point, I've, like... As a kid, I didn't like wrestling that was, you know, very performative and dramatic. And the older I got, the more I learned that these people are more trained to not hurt their opponent than to actually hurt them. I'm like, oh, that takes way more skill and takes a lot more respect to, like, this is a show, and so the goal isn't to actually hurt the other person, it's to make the, you know, people entertained. Compared to, you know, in Canada, I see hockey players all the time. Yeah, I saw a lot of concussed teenagers because they were in front of the puck, and the goon saw that you had the puck.
Redneck, that isn't the case in most cases. In fact, there was a class of Redneck said gladiators had no choice, though. There was a class of gladiators that were slaves, which are a class unto themselves. But in fact, many of the gladiators were very much in the same position as a lot of the football players. They saw it as a position of honor, a way to be fed well, a way to be lauded with praise, and they willingly entered into that arena.
Yeah, they had sponsorships and shit back then too.
Yeah.
Like that was a thing. Like fish, like they found, I forgot which like what it was specifically, but I think it was a fishery. Like they found old documents of a fishery sponsoring a gladiator, and a lot of gladiators actually weren't even like they weren't like forced to kill their opponents. It was usually until one of them got disarmed or they found themselves on the ground, the bout would stop. Like there were rules back then, you know, that make it's interesting.
It's very akin to modern day football, which I've heard one of the most interesting ways of fixing this problem: get rid of the helmets.
I go back and forth with that because there's actually a lot of data indicating that rugby players experience a similar level of injury regardless. So maybe it's just the nature of the game.
I'm in the same camp as you. I've seen some conflicting data, and I'm relating it mostly to the boxing glove phenomenon.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing is that I've also looked into the data versus like MMA gloves and boxing gloves and like even bare knuckle, and it seems like when your goal is to knock out people, you're kind of just that's just coming with the territory.
Yeah, but the forces measured are lesser without the glove than with the glove, and if we're talking about a career, then every PSI counts at the end of the day.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, like, but then you also have to factor in the fact that there's a lot less defensive capabilities without, like, boxing gloves.
Alright.
And it's easier to slip in shots, and you have to be much more reliant on, like, reflex-based defenses, such as, like, head movement and footwork. And, you know, those things go away as you age and gain more damage. So it's like,
It's,
you know,
Alvarez, in the case of football, it's posited that the lack of helmets would de-incentivize the usage of the head as a blunt instrument. Because
a lot of footballers just fucking slam their shit straight into somebody's chest and bring them down.
that's the point, is that if you take away that ability, and yet they still do it.
Yeah, there's ways around it. Like what they tend to do is that they'll get like a little like body lock going as they start it. So then what they do is they kind of like they get the head like into like the ribs less so than the chest. Like you can find ways into it. It's like saying there's no like striking in wrestling. Like, dude, watch those motherfuckers posting each other up and shit. They're catching elbows all the fucking time. Elbows, knees, fucking, you know, you're like bouncing off the collarbone to the face to establish. Like, come on.
Hey, did you hear? There's no eye gouging in MMA either.
Yeah, no. John Jones has never poked a guy in the eye. Completely new news. Never happened. No recorded instances of eye pokes fucking up a fight in any capacity in MMA. Never happened.
Anachronism. My coach in high school taught us that about the helmet trick, and my neck has never been okay.
Oh no shit.
See? starts in elementary school. This
Dude.
shit is ridiculous.
There's just no way around it. Head trauma is just not good for people. Like, just period. Like, it just like there's no such thing as a good hit, and that's the first thing people need to realize when we're talking about like contact sports.
Redneck, I don't know how to explain this to you. A society that creates a false choice for an individual to escape poverty or wage slavery, and the cost is their very being, the very essence of themselves, plus their health on top of that, is the definition of psychosis. This is psychotic behavior at a societal level. It is murderous. It is torturous. It is sociopathic. And the fact that we cheer it, that's disturbing on a very deep level.
And this is why I'm an egoist.
And the fact that you compare them to people working in a coal mine this is like self-aware wolf territory, Redneck. Like, how do you not see this? The people working in the coal mine are also being fucked up the ass with no lube. Like,
they're just getting a lot less compensation for it.
Yeah. Like, how... These are two horrid situations that society has placed upon these people. And you say it's a choice, but oftentimes it really isn't. Or, hey, you can join the military and come back missing a couple of limbs.
Okay, Alvarez, I'm just going to put it very fucking simply. You don't knock somebody out by kicking them in the stomach. Sure, you know, shoulder strike, bring them down. It's going to cause some damage here and there to both participants, but that's, that's more targeted towards one person versus, like, their head slamming face first into somebody's, like, you know. Alvarez, I'm explaining physics to you. You're not causing the exact same amount of fucking head trauma by moving the target of the weapon to the shoulder. Like, if you have a chance to bounce your head off of the dashboard of your car when you're in an accident versus like hitting your chest, you're gonna take your fucking you're gonna take your chest or shoulder any day of the week.
I knew it. I popped into Curios before I came here, and I was just like, I said, all right, I'm off to, I said I just wanted to stop by before I go have to deal with psychos for a few hours. I knew, it's been the week. It's been the week across the board.
Really?
So anyway, I'm literally going to just watch this, watch what I'm about to do. So Karina, how was your day?
absolutely uneventful. Just working. Like,
You do miniatures, right? You do models and stuff.
yeah, I deal with I create third-party Warhammer.
So non-official Warhammer.
No, we try to not make it their IP.
Yeah.
Similar enough that people could proxy models and play the game with our minis, but we're still trying to make it ours. We have a much more centralized lore, and while the models do their similar looks, they're not going to for much longer.
And not get sued while you're at it.
Oh, they've tried.
Fair enough.
It's artistic license. It's really hard to get on these specific things. As long as they are selling the model themselves and the fans have that version to go to, it's really hard for them to knock us down for it.
Fair enough. And sorry to hear that, Jay Miles. Apparently, Jay Miles caught their younger brother, who's a high schooler, watching Michael Knowles. He's a conservative broadcaster.
I know who he is.
Yeah.
Just like fuck. It's just
That's.
How old is this kid? Jay Miles.
I mean,
I need some
he's
context
between 13 on the low side, 18 on the high side.
here. Yeah, just like fuck. That's rough. They get him early, dude.
I have said the name in the call once, Elliot. Not while I was speaking, but it got out once. I'm not gonna try and I don't try and advertise it, but I'll say everything but the name as best as I can.
I don't care one way or the other.
No, my work cares.
Yeah, that's like if it's me, I don't give a shit. Do you though? Gatekeeping essential services behind these kind of careers, Fertus says, be they university, sports, and army service, not only gives credence to the system being fair, but oftentimes those who go through these programs will defend the system tooth and nail because they feel they deserve their somewhat better place in society. It goes within the broader, quote, I suffered to get here, therefore others also have to.
Yeah. No, it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a big problem.
Neko, I am, Cat is, I don't know, Karina, what are you identifying as these days? I won't speak for everybody in chat.
Sorry, where am I reading? Anarcho gay for existence. I don't know.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Karina's anarcho-fluid.
I'm gonna give it that. Yeah. Anarchist without objectives, I guess.
Adjectives.
I am
Objectives.
Yeah, more.
Either or. I mean, it means the same thing.
I also have like self-preservation right now. Once Corona is less of an issue, I want to do a lot of like get out there, volunteer, mutual aid if I can. But I also love my job and I don't want to do anything that risks that. And currently, that would do a lot of risk that. It's part of my life.
Really?
That's fair.
I just don't see how, but again, somebody fucking last night got polygraphed at a bookstore for a job. So, I mean, I'm so well removed from like what it is, what it means, or what it takes to engage in or be employed that I sometimes things shock me that other people are like, yeah, dude, that's how it is. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for.
It's more specifically. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say thanks for bringing news in from the front lines. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, just it's more that my city's absolutely dumb. We're Canadian, and we still have anti-maskers here.
Wow.
And yeah, let's just say because of I live in a vacation city, and so there's a lot of dumb rich people here. And I mean a lot of dumb rich people.
Hey, I know that feeling.
Every other week. Also, because of our prime minister, like one round of vaccines has ever entered our city.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we're leading the world right now. Like, we're fucking knocking it out of the park as a country. Who would have thunk it?
No.
Yeah, we're
me and my. Go ahead.
We're dropping mad vaccines. I have to say, Alaraz, that was just a cringe-inducing statement, by the way.
Well, he unironically thinks that you're gonna cause just as much head trauma with your shoulder to yourself than if you like slammed your head into another person at like 25 miles.
I don't even care about that.
It's just so
I'm the
fucking
devil's
stupid.
advocate with more knowledge than most egotistical 20-somethings that think they know everything, says the person who just made a blatantly egotistical statement.
I mean, look, at least he nails my type. I'll give him that, alright? I exude the energy, to be fair.
Like, I always love a good bit of hypocrisy.
It's just like, I train this shit. I do fucking, trust me, when it comes to head injury, I probably know way more about it than like the average person. I can assure you. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, Kat does fight, like, has been fighting for, I mean, God, a lot of years now.
Yeah, since I was like fucking 10. I've been like boxing or doing Muay Thai. I did a little bit of football, wasn't my thing though. Tried jiu-jitsu, didn't like it either, so it's like, I like the punchy shit.
Neko Girl, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. If you want to ask them on voice chat, you can ask them on voice chat, or you can ask them in chat. Either way, I can accommodate, and I can catch up. It's a topic I'm intimately familiar with, from being on the ground to community organizing and activism to theory studies for going on a fucking decade at this point. So if there's anything you want to know, anything in particular, or just, generally, feel free to ask or just hang out. It's a night show. It tends to get a little weird during the night shows, but I'm on 5 days a week, so.
Okay, Alaraz, I'm gonna put this very fucking simply. What's going to cause more brain damage to two participants? Someone running into a punch, like literally running into a punch, flush on their fucking chin, or taking that same punch but taking it in their fucking chest? Which causes more brain damage for both, like, the participants involved here?
Let's see. The one that directly connects to the skull, or the one that has a whole host of shock-absorbing, let's call them technologies or features, between the brain and the actual injury location. Let's see. I wonder how that'll work out. Anyway.
Not the smartest, but I think that will rattle the brain quite a bit.
Oh, anachronism. Apparently, yesterday was 8 years since Thatcher's been dead. Well, has everybody been made sure to keep putting garlic on her grave and, keep the spike in her chest? Keep that silver spike or wooden spike through her fucking heart. That way that bitch doesn't rise from the dead. Yeah. Fuck that cunt.
I'm with it.
Yeah. She's in that Reagan category of just fuck them.
Yep.
Let's just install a urinal over their fucking grave and call it a day. Make it a lot easier. Yep, there it is. Elliot, her grave's the best public toilet in the UK. Elliot, man. I saw, and this isn't specific, this is UK, I suppose, but I saw a picture of the statue of the Duke of Wellington without a traffic cone on his head for the first time. It was on Reddit today. There was a picture of, if you're not aware, there's a statue of the Duke of Wellington in Scotland, and it is sort of tradition to keep an orange traffic cone on his head. It's a giant statue. He's on a horse. He's riding horseback. It's a big ass fucking statue, and there's this tradition within Glasgow to keep a traffic cone on his head, and sometimes the horse's head too. It's even on Google Earth, like on Google Maps. If you pull it up, there's a traffic cone on his head in the photo. And I saw a photo today, the first time, of the Duke's statue without the traffic cone. I was like, that's weird looking. Somebody will get it back up there soon. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Poverty is a lack of character. The bitch. Yeah, she was not a good person.
The statue has so much.
Alvarez, the question was very specifically what causes more brain damage. I know they're fatal. Don't pull this shit on me.
Oh.
Don't fucking. I am telling you, son.
But,
How dare this statue have so much personality just because of a fucking plastic cone?
Oh, did you look it up?
Yes. I found one of the best.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yep, there it is. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a banger day for it. Here's
also this, because the intensity.
Oh, jeez. All right, I'll do both of them. Give me one so everybody can see what the fuck I'm banging on about. We'll do this one first. Here's the wizard cone.
That's nice.
But here's what we're talking about. Like you can sort of see this. You can sort of see the scale of the statue in this one. And so yeah, this one's a nice one. Yeah, that's the statue of the Duke of Wellington, and you really want to rile somebody from Glasgow up. Say that the Duke was Irish, and see what happens. It's a whole thing. It's not even. I don't even have time to get into the whole fucking thing, but it's a whole fucking thing. You want to start some shit? Rock up to that statue and say, "Hey, isn't he the Irish guy?" See what happens.
Born in Dublin, Ireland.
And yes, just because was it Daniel O'Connell or something like that that said just because a man is born in a stable doesn't make him a horse.
Fair.
Neko, I wouldn't even know where to start. I can recognize that we need to break down hierarchies. You're already like miles ahead of most people if you recognize that, Neko. So congrats on that. And that force doesn't seem to justify itself. Again, miles ahead already. I don't know my theory too well, but I can recognize that authority is a fucked up concept. Also, lol at Thatcher. It's a gender neutral bathroom. Yeah, Neko, I mean, you'd fit in fine with like the post-anarchists. You basically know everything you need to know at this point. You could do a huge theory study, but as long as you understand that concept of, hey, unjust hierarchies suck and might doesn't make a right, you're basically already, like I said, miles ahead of the game as far as a lot of people are concerned. The only thing I'd recommend is if you want some reading, read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals to how to organize more, and then read up on mutual aid networks and community organizing a little more, and then just put that into practice. Also consensus decision making. Here, I will put this in chat actually, for you, Neko. Hey, it would help if I spelled it right. There's my cheat sheet. It's far from finished, but things that you could or may want, things like consensus decision making, explanation breakdowns, and some stuff related to, and anarchist societies already existed. It's in there. It's an ever-growing cheat sheet, so it's still an alpha as far as I'm concerned. But nice. You're welcome to it.
Alvarez, you guys Alabama has produced one notable fighter. Granted, he's amazing, Deontay Wilder, but let's not fucking act like it's this fucking like haven for fucking pugilism here, all right? Let's just like, come on, my dude. Like, it's not like it's
Weasel.
You want to talk about world-class training? Alabama doesn't come into the fucking picture, all right?
World-class training, Las Vegas.
Vegas, California, fucking Brazil,
yeah.
Thailand. Like, come on.
But I drove by. Did I mention to you? I was on the way to get my asshole zapped with a laser the other day. I passed by the UFC complex. I used to call it the UFC building, but holy shit, it just keeps growing. Like,
of course, dude.
It used to be massive. Now I don't know how to describe it, quite frankly. I was driving by and I saw the UFC logo. Yeah, I saw the UFC logo. I'm like, wait, that building looks... Oh, it's an entirely new building. Oh, all right. So right next door to... Oh, all right. To the... And next door to the... Oh, all right. I see how it is. Dude, that place is huge.
Did you hear about the recent like breakdown they made on the Reebok deal? Like checking how much revenue the fighters earned, like in total. Like they got paid like 5% of the total revenue that was gotten from the Reebok deal. And the Reebok deal basically was a way to fuck over fighters by not letting them have their own sponsorships while they're inside the cage.
Ah.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So tons of fighters lost out on like, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars,
if not
a year.
Millions, quite frankly, for some of those top echelons.
Yeah, well, collectively, exactly. Yeah. So the thing is, so on top of that,
all right, like, hang on, something's happening here.
He's just trying to be a tough guy. The minute I heard chest punches as lethal as a fucking, headshot, it's just like, come on. I know this person doesn't fight.
Dana White is a piece of shit. From what I understand.
He is a scumfuck capitalist that knows how to do it right.
Well, I tell you what, Anachronism, we run a pretty big fucking tent. Here's what we're gonna do.
No, Estrella is not talking to me. It's me. It's me.
Oh boy.
Catasilo. C-A-T-I-S-S-L.
That word is our word. Here's what we're gonna do. One, any of the long timers, community members can time them out. They have anybody who's sitting on 30,000 points can fucking time this person out easily. Two, it's fine, Anachronism. Two, here's what I'm gonna say. Alvarez, take the aggression down a notch. Take the insults down a notch. Stop being so antisocial. There. We'll warn him off.
I don't know.
Primero, you're only sitting on 25? Holy shit, I thought
come on.
Yeah, like I thought you'd be one of the higher tier ones.
You've been around for a fucking wait, I just realized, has Premarital ever been on the air?
No, Premaritel's never been on the air, and it is an actual goal of mine to get Premarital on the fucking air because I want to hear that Argy accent.
It would be so glorious. Just for the one time.
I'll hold your hand.
Is that TOS?
What?
Well, we just got a proposition for premarital hand-holding on the air.
Oh. Well, RV 100,000, baby. Sup? Yeah, RV. Fucking. Yeah, premarital. I am. One of these days, I'm gonna get you on the fucking air. I want to hear that Argy accent.
I'm sitting at 120. So.
That's my. Yeah, my. I mean, to be fair, that part of the world does get CIA'd.
No, I know it is true. Actually,
it is actually fair that fucking Argentinians, like.
Oh, it couldn't. Yep. Nope. Not.
Yeah. That about checks out.
Yeah. Like that's. It wouldn't be the first time. Let's just put it that way. But hey, according to reports, we did shut down Camp 7, which is the Guantanamo CIA black site detainment facility. So that's, at least you are less likely now to end up at Guantanamo. You'll probably just end up in Bulgaria or one of our other black sites, but that's neither here nor there. At least you won't be in Guantanamo.
Nice.
Oh, God.
How low can that bar go? At least it's not Guantanamo.
Also, Alvarez, if you're interested in setting up a fucking amateur fight, I'm down. I'll do it. I'll do it for like, I don't know, like $4,000.
Let's see.
We can set it up in California.
I'm
just contact your state.
I'm literally looking at what Estrella put into chat, and in no way, shape, or form has Estrella been what was the term they used? A confrontational ass.
Well, see, here's the funny thing is I think they mistook Estrella for me.
I mean, it's not like your name is on the screen.
I don't know. That's just my guess. That's my working theory so far.
Now Estrella's going for it. Now Estrella's swinging.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, told you.
Hey, here's what reading comprehension, you know, this is why we stressed it in like early school development. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it.
Hey, Cat, just type like something into chat. Just something.
At least then he can at you.
Hey,
Yeah.
There's Cat
Yep.
in chat with a username matching the name on the stream.
Yep.
So you were
Amazing.
just sitting there insulting some random woman for the last like 20 minutes. Congratulations. You're a big man.
Okay.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Well, to be fair, premarital, I am an egotistical 20-something that thinks they know everything.
You know enough.
I went to art school. I don't know shit.
I wish I went to art school.
What'd you do in art school?
3D modeling and animation.
Interesting.
That actually might come in handy. That's the thing.
So what I'm hearing is you could make me a 3-dimensional Cappy.
I could actually.
I won't ask you.
I'm implying I want it.
I'm just saying, if one of those showed up on my doorstep one day, I would be very grateful.
So like, I've even got a 3D printer just in the other room. I could easily sculpt a Cappy that's like in a happy-go-lucky pose, that's like holding up a little anarchy sign, and then ship it out your way. That'd be totally creepy.
Let's see. Well, you know.
Do you, Alvarez, though? Do you? Like, do you?
Oh, I would be most appreciative one way or the other. I'd be happy with just a 3D model of fucking Cappy, but yeah, I'm quite a fan of Cappy. But yeah, you got those model making skills, and you're putting them to work. I mean, they're working for you now.
Just whatever I need to get diagnosed. I've always had different ticking brain. Parents never wanted to admit it and always pushed it off, made excuses. As an adult, I'm trying to get myself diagnosed. This is just the worst year to try. But I've always needed to touch physical things at some point in the artistic process. And so 3D printing is the most satisfying conclusion to that process to me.
What printer do you have?
I use a Photon S.
What's your splicing?
Photon Anycubic S.
Oh.
SPL.
Okay. Next question was, what's your splicer software? What do you use for your modeling?
ZBrush.
Interesting.
I know Maya and a little bit of 3ds Max as well, but ZBrush is my favorite place because it is artistic by default nature.
I use a Prusa.
Alvarez, contact your fucking state athletic commission. We'll set up an exhibition match. I'll do it for $3,000, $4,000. Get that purse together and we're in. I'll stream it on fucking Twitch, dude. I don't give a fuck. We'll do it under Muay Thai rules, all right?
I mean, yeah, we can't do it in my state. Nevada's got stricter fight regulations due to the fact that we make a lot of money off of it.
Yeah. Alabama don't give a fuck, son. That's why I'm telling him to set it up in his state.
Yeah.
I'll fucking pay for my own flight. Set up that $4,000 fight purse, I'm in.
If you're planning to use your printer, which absolutely, totally, possible, all I would need to know is the minimum filament size you've been able to get it to.
Oh, I only use, I forget what I fucking use. Hang on. Let's see. Filament size or extrusion size?
Extrusion size.
Okay, in that case, yeah, I was gonna say, because filament size usually doesn't play it. Want to wrestle? Fisticuffs at dawn. I can get it down to 0.05.
Okay, that's not bad, actually. That's not bad. So, yeah, if Cappy was, say, 6 or 7 inches tall, you could get a decent amount of detail on him and still be completely posable.
What's up, you French fucking bastard?
I'm fairly awake. How are you folks?
You know, we already have like somebody we've already got Cat, and we've got somebody challenge Cat to a fight. Cat challenging somebody to a fight. Like I said, it's gonna be a weird fucking. This week has just been weird as fuck to start with. I've come to a place of acceptance. I'm just leaning into it and going with the flow. I'm just channeling my inner Taoist. And apparently this is how the Tao wishes to flow this week, is in and through weirdness. So we're going to apparently have a prize fight in Alabama now.
I'm just waiting on I'm just saying, like, he can DM me the details. We can set up a date. Make it like 3-4 months. I gotta cut weight, which is gonna suck shit. Unless he wants to make it a heavyweight fight, which, you know, make it easy for me.
I agree, Neko. I mean, as far as like usually, redacted. Usually the night streams do get a little weird. You know, these last couple of weeks, like, yeah, I've sort of, you know, Cat is legitimately like an advisor role in a lot of what I do, and one of the pieces of advice was to make this just a space where anarchism was accessible, but not the focus. And so that seems to be what we've been doing the last, I don't know, maybe week plus 4 days now.
That's work?
Yeah, like if you want it, it's here. Feel free to ask. I can lecture on it. I can talk about it. I can converse. We can talk, you know, theory. We can talk praxis. We can talk history. We can talk whatever if you want. But otherwise, it's, you know, just a space where a bunch of fucking weirdo psychopath edge runners can hang out and enjoy each other's company without having to deal with a bunch of fucking authoritarian dickheads, quite frankly. Which...
Okay, so whether how often you get hired for bouts, this would actually be my first like official amateur fight. I've done a bunch of like smokers and shit, like fighting people like in the gym from other gyms, that sort of thing, where it's like it's not really a bout, but you know the coaches are in the ring. There's a time, like, you know, it's for all intents and purposes just like an amateur fight off the books, you know.
Ooh,
so that's sort of
ask
thing.
me
like,
how many fights I've been in.
How many?
None.
Boring.
Yeah, no, I had lots of people try and fight me, but I'm a cunning little motherfucker who usually had some giant fuck like you in his back pocket that literally just steps in front, bodyguard style. Is like, yeah, you're gonna need to go through him first, though.
I dig it.
Like, good luck with that, but I'll be over here having a candy bar in the meantime.
Oh, yeah. Also, hot take whether I actually do think like MMA is probably the closest we're gonna get to an anarchist fighting style.
I'm still advocating for, like, let's just do this. Like, all of these, we need a no limits. Okay, so here's my proposal. All right, we need to build a floating city in the middle of the fucking ocean where we can have actual like transhumanist sports leagues and shit. Right? Like, let's just do this. Let's actually lean into it and be like, look, yeah, no, that fucker's on like all of the testosterone and human growth hormone. Like, the boat arrives with the shipment and he just gets it all. Like, you know, like stuff like that. Like, let's do this. Like, separate it out. Sure. Have your purist leagues. I'm fine with that. You know, skill and sport and all of that shit. But everybody seems to want it. So why don't we have it yet? Like, it should be a thing. And you're going to tell me half these motherfuckers aren't juicing and on research chemicals anyway already. Come on.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah.
There's so many tactics they do to hide it. Like, and they have coaches specifically to teach them how to lie. Somebody said they absorbed their like own like unborn twin at some point to make up a timeline for it.
Oh god, you would steal a super yacht, said Anachronism.
That's a way to do it.
Super yachts. Let's find like an oil rig, gut that thing from all its ecological damage, and turn it into like a floating.
It can be a little hard to scrub though.
Make it into like a giant growth bed.
That is true. There's going to be a lot of chemicals on that thing that are going to be difficult to not be there.
Yeah.
Neko, we can start doing biomods and turning people into cyborgs. We can have the juicers versus the cyborgs and see who comes out on top. Neko, I like the cut of your jib already. Welcome.
Okay, but how long until I can become a doll from Cyberpunk?
Dude, that was one of the most dystopian. The fact that you want to do that was one of the most dystopian fucking things I saw in that entire game. Like, God, that was a lot of that game is just par for the course. I've been telling Cyberpunk stories for a long time. I've been playing within the realm of Cyberpunk and Shadowrun and that sort of thing, right? But that doll scene is like got to me a little. Like the way that their psyche just fucking and all of a sudden they're just controlled by this central prostitution software server. It was so fucking creepy. It was just like, you know, you like jack in at the at the counter, and all of your like psychological preferences get downloaded into the system. You go in, and this fucking person just hands their fucking consciousness over to this software as a service sort of situation, and the next thing you know, they're a custom tailored sex slave for you. It was sincerely like one of the more dystopian things I've seen in a while.
It's got like a super program that creates artificial personalities to simulate the perfect person that someone's subconscious wants, and then it hijacks the host's entire like cerebral cortex, making them think they are that person for that time.
Oh, Fister, they're not even there for it. Right? Like, this isn't even a control thing. It's not like a submissive dom situation. They're not even there for it.
No, like, their personality is...
They're just a puppet. It's super weird. It was... Either way, hey there, Fister, and hey there, Beover. Beover, when Beover went to Puerto Vallarta, David Geffen had 2 yachts in the water. One was huge. The other was fucking enormous, like a cruise ship. Heliports and shit. Yes. Yeah, I've seen a few of those.
If I recall, one of the more creepier logs in the game was about how the dolls' own personalities that they went back to technically were still referenced personalities from the program.
Yeah, because it like copies their personality and stores it in an archive and wipes it and uploads a new one each time.
Yeah, so when you basically ask for that person's service, they're running a program right now that was their original personality that is constantly getting updated, saved, remove the doll's entire being, put in the new thing. Customer's gone, eject that useless personality, put back in the old one, but it's not the same person. Yeah. Not technically.
The whole thing was creepy as shit. Casual, hey there, Casual. Cyberpunk 2077. Which, by the way, I didn't finish because I'm just gonna wait a year so they can actually like make the game like a working game. But it was funny. I did hey, thank you for follow Dark Hunter. Joe saw it a few times because I streamed it for Joe. At one point I just started like I could just jump infinitely. I just had like infinite jumping. Like forget double jump. I could just jump. Like just jump, and I'm on the top of the building. Like
were you deaf?
The game just broke. The game was fucking broken. The game was just broken, and my save file carried it over. It wasn't like a single glitch. Like every time I loaded the game again, like I had just hit infinite jumping. Like it was just, the game was broken as fuck. Like, so yeah, I didn't finish it. I'm just waiting for them to patch the hell out of that game and maybe add some actual content, and I don't know, maybe add like half of the stuff they promised.
Can't even get my hair cut in this game.
Yeah.
And it's about a transhumanist society.
The game was shit. But yeah, that's a thing. Yeah.
Also,
good.
I don't hate the trans representation in Cyberpunk. What I hate is it's the only fucking trans representation in Cyberpunk. Like, that is the very key distinct thing I have issue with.
Here's my hot take, right? It's not about trans, because it's not my community. But as a gay man, I don't care if you fetishize me. I know everybody yells about that. Like, it's the stop fetishizing my group, my what. I don't care. Feel free to fetishize me.
Okay, to be fair. God damn it, Fortus, that was your
To be fair.
I'm trying to write it in. If I do it every time, it's going to be boring as fuck.
Fortus, I actually came across a Reddit thread today of how are you now? Fucking.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I'm clipping that. I'm clipping that you now for my permission. I'm guessing, Fister. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, I'm not speaking for all gay people everywhere, but I gotta tell you, if you fetishize like gay men or me, like you're not gonna hear me like screaming, ever. It's just not a thing that bothers me. And I just
go ahead.
But back to my fucking point, though. There's correct ways to do it and shit that don't like belie, because there's ways to do it that just like create bigotry, whereas there's ways to do it that just kind of heighten it. Like I guess the best example would be like how, like if you've ever watched like interracial porn, weird as fuck. All of it's racist as fuck, leans into stereotypes. Fucking like when you look at like websites like Blacked and shit, like horrible fucking representation. Not the way to do it. That's not how you fetishize black people. Not a good look. It's just, you know, you're just reinforcing old stereotypes that have existed way before then and all that shit. So like,
Wither says porn is a fantasy.
That is true.
Well, it's not just that, it's also that the porn industry is directly controlled by the director and producer class of it, so much so that all the actors have little to no say in any of it.
Also, I would like to point out that the consumer base drives a good portion of that, and a disproportionate amount of interracial pornography is purchased and viewed by the southern states of the United States. So,
fucking, of course,
those racist overtones or undertones that you speak of may actually be there for a reason.
That is true. Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, is that, like, you know, there's ways to fetishize and sexualize people without it being like that.
That's what their consumers want.
That is true, which is, you know, kind of cringe a little bit, tiny bit, smidge. Nice
jacket. Thank you to follow Vexing Thoughts. Yeah, I don't know. That's a Curio comment, not a Kai's comment. There's a thought that popped into my head. Full permission. Nice, Fister. I'll pop it up right now. Let's see. But as a gay man, I don't care if you fetishize me. There we go. Yep, full permission.
Yeah. Well, I do like say it to you like almost all the fucking time. Like Femboy Kai is very much like a running joke that I got going on right now.
Hi. You should have seen me when I was fucking like 18 to 24. I could have pulled it off on that in that era. Intel is working on an AI program that's used to filter out hate speech in real time on video games. Some of the sliders include white nationalism, the N-word, LGBTQ hate, anti-Jewish, and a lot more. I guess in theory this is good. Maybe it's just funny to me. A literal slider for white nationalist comments. No, I haven't heard about it.
I'm not
But
sure if I like that.
I don't. No, I think that's weird. I think it's weird.
Yeah, like leaving it up to an AI, in my opinion, that's a like if a community or a game dev or like if they like decide to have like this list of bad terms, you know what, fuck it, fair play, that's their platform, that's what they do. But it's like leaving that up to manufacturers
You whether.
to like just create an algorithm. It's like, yeah, nah, not a fan.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, again, I'm very anti-censorship. So I especially don't like somebody like, you know, a multinational corporation creating an AI that's job it is to censor things. And you know, no.
That don't rub and tug me the right way, you know?
No, that's not touching me in the right places.
No.
That's just my fetish doesn't excuse something for being like racist or bigoted. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get at, Morpheus. It's like there's ways to like fetishize things without it being like,
Yeah.
without
Like,
it being
Hey,
weird.
Mylurk.
And I think Cyberpunk kind of actually showcases as like one of the better ways to go about it.
Yeah, to get to the root of what fetishization mean, I direct you to Tale of Two Rabbit because he's going to be better equipped to talk about it. But in a sense, a fetish is an object imbued with magical properties, and fetishizing someone is basically essentializing them and giving them properties that dehumanize them in some regard.
That's true. That's fair.
Again, don't care.
Well, my thing is like there are some elements that we could probably dehumanize that aren't as harmful as others. Is I guess what I'm trying to like vocalize. You know.
Kids learn about sex porn a lot. Yeah, that's something I'm not a huge fan of. But I mean, it's been happening for generations, so.
Yeah, it's not good. Weather. I'm with Guy.
Thank you for the follow, Crazy Mark. Thank you for the follow. I am a lefty, so.
Oh yeah, you gotta ruffle up your hair.
Oh, it's there. It's just laid down flat. And Fax, thank you for the resub. Fucking tier 2, 3 months. Jesus Christ, look at Fax dropping that shit. What's tier 2 get you? I know Cat is tier 3. I think that gets you the 84i. Crazy Mark, thank you. It's just, you know, part of my media room.
Okay, premarital. To be fair, that might be what they want. So it's like, you motherfucker, you do it now. You do it now. Okay.
You asked for it.
See, premarital fucking premarital and I probably are pretty close in thinking on this one, actually. Premarital fucking worked their way through university. So yeah, premarital's like, yeah, whatever. As long as it benefits me, I don't give a shit.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at too, because it's like I don't mind it. I use those fetishizations a lot. I'm sure.
Never take away from the person's autonomy, and if it really at any point non-consensually does, you pretty much already made yourself out.
Premarital, I'll give them one last boner before they die.
Fair enough.
Oh god, what's the term for that? There's a medical term I'm searching for. Perhaps sadism? Oh, it's not quite it though. If there is
electroejaculation,
there's a condition in which somebody can receive a spinal injury, especially lower spinal injuries. And one of the side effects of it is an erection. And so EMTs and first responders actually are educated on the fact that if they rock up to an accident site and there's a guy laying there and he has an erection, that what you're actually looking at is probably a lower spinal injury.
That's fucked up, son.
Yeah.
Fucking. Also, well, there is fascist porn. 100%. Just like, I don't know, browse 4chan for a bit and you'll find it real quick.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, dude.
100%.
A lot of animated for some reason.
Yeah, it's usually using like they'll use 3D dance girl softwares, put them in SS outfits, and then give them either strap-ons or Fudacocks.
Yeah, I was thinking more.
And
like
then
the
they don't
Shad-based
think
style.
they're into dick.
I was thinking more like the Shad-based like crowd, like that, like that whole like rabbit hole.
Facts.
Why do I know what you're talking
Yes.
about? God damn it.
Facts.
Well, you're a DJ like artist. You like, of course you're gonna know.
It's commonly used on horses, on bulls, and occasionally on human beings. But yes, that is very much a technology that we possess. Facts. Yeah. We have a hard dick in the Honda Civic. Get the stretcher.
Yeah. I dig it.
Wait. Wait. Rejected. Oh. All right. Yeah, and that comment fucking reminded me that Sabine Schmidt died, fucking of cancer. I know most of you fuckers aren't gonna know who Sabine Schmidt is.
Guilty as charged.
The Queen of the Nürburgring. Yeah, she died a few weeks ago. That
Still
was-
clueless here.
Yeah,
Queen of the what?
Nürburgring. It's a racetrack in Germany. It's a proving ground for many cars, and she was legitimately probably it's arguable she was the world's greatest female race car driver.
Well, fuck. I feel bad about knowing about her then.
Yeah, she could fuck up most male race car drivers, especially on her home track. Like, if she was on the Nürburgring, fuck around and find out. That woman holds the records. Yeah, she died a few weeks ago. I was like, oh man, cancer. Fuck cancer.
Cancer does
Hey, non-binary. You knew.
I just realized I think cancer might actually just be the best arguments for transhumanism.
Oh, it's one of the best ones. Between like genetic anomalies and progressive illnesses and fucking, cancer. Yeah.
If we can learn to not pass down mental disorders, I would appreciate that quite a lot.
Yeah, I always cringe when like lefties are like super weird about that shit. It's like, look, I'm bipolar depressive. I'm pretty sure I have a bit of schizophrenia, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's like a propensity for like fucking
Bipolar
Like,
disorders. Bipolar disorders have a tendency to run in families. Yes.
yeah, well, like that's my thing. Is like, look, I deal with this shit. Y'all motherfuckers have no clue what this shit is like. I'm not passing this down to nobody if I don't need to. Like, it's like, come on, dude. Just like, fuck this shit. I
The
hate
human condition is the best argument for transhumanism.
it. That is true, actually, unironically. Also, that is.
She's always just so casual and happy in her driving. She could own it.
How did she pass?
Cancer. Yeah.
What type?
I forget. I think it was. I forget. It was some sort of really aggressive cancer. But yeah, she just honestly.
Cutting on the track right now.
Oh yeah, no, she was something else. Like, I mean, you qualify it just by saying like, she was a woman, but she was one of the world's best race car drivers, just outright. Who happened to be a woman. Yeah, she was a badass bitch. And
believe it too. It's just like fuck. It's just like watching her pick her lines perfectly. It's beautiful. Perfect transition too.
and she used to always do that. She very vocal. She would laugh and yell and talk through her run. Like,
Make an argument that the lack of testosterone could maybe keep your head a bit straighter in these moments.
it's
There's an argument there.
The turning is very good. Woohoo!
she loved what she did.
The solid is good as well. Now we go down to Bright Giant. Hard on the brakes. Yeah, it's a little bit too soft. You feel it on the brakes and it's
Say, yeah, Porsche 991 GT3. It's a little bit soft. As she barrels down a hill into a corner, braking into a turn. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's a little squishy.
It's always so
Yeah.
depressing to me when like people who defy death like this on such a regular basis
Die of something mundane, like cancer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She should have gone out in a fiery fucking, like, she should be tumbling through the gates, like in a fiery McLaren or something like that, just like, and I'm here.
I genuinely
Yeah.
think race car drivers would rather die in their car than like die in a hospital bed.
I mean,
I can believe it.
I'd rather die just about anywhere than a hospital bed, quite frankly.
If that's true, John Cena got his wish.
And somebody asked, actually, hang on, was it Lefty? Somebody asked, yeah, it was Lefty. What is transhumanism? Basically, it's a movement. It's a philosophical movement, I suppose, that says that human beings should augment themselves or enhance the human condition by utilizing basically any technology available to us and any that we derive therein. And then there's people like me who argue we've always been transhuman. That there's never been a moment in our history where human beings haven't been transhumanists. From the moment we picked up the first rock to hammer something with because your hand wasn't hard enough, to the moment where, we used fire because, it enhanced the accessibility of proteins and nutrients, to building boats because we couldn't swim that far, to putting glasses on our face because your vision wasn't that good. We've always been transhumanist. It's just a matter of how far do we take it?
Do we let someone draw the line at physical body parts and augmentation?
Yeah. Well, basically, transhumanism goes to the idea we should transform our bodies directly. So, like LASIK would be like directly there. When some folks have RFID chips that open their house, like instead of having keys, that sort of stuff. Well,
Yeah,
you
and
would say some folks have cochlear implants for hearing.
and
Cyborgs are out there.
Swede is in chat right now, and hey there, Swede. Swede has an artificial heart valve, and
It's literally a fucking cyborg.
yep, literally a cyborg. And here, non-binary posted a video of a biological 3D printer. This is maybe the next step in creating bespoke organs. Like, we are headed in that direction, whether you like it or not, and I, for one, like it.
We soon will have sources of ethically grown meat, in the sense that it never actually was alive.
Or, I would refine that, because it is alive. It is a living cell.
Industrial plant,
It's
then,
not conscious.
yeah.
Like we need more for
No.
it was
If it is not able to reproduce itself by its own means, it's not alive. Like, that's our argument for abortion. So no, printed meat, not alive.
Personally, I'm just waiting for the robo dicks. I just, I feel like a lot of conflict will be solved once we figure that out.
You know.
So
I'm not going down the philosophy rabbit hole tonight, so fuck it. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, artificial tissue, something along those lines. Yeah. Swede. I actually I read because I was talking to Kat at the like earlier in the show. Some MMA fighter posted on Twitter that he's not going to be able to do the fight because he's just been informed he has a congenital bicuspid aortic valve with a dilated aortic root, and if he went into the ring, fighting puts him at risk for an aortic dissection. And I thought of Kat and you when I came across that.
The best of both worlds, I'm sure.
So I've learned today if I get punched, I could have died the entire time.
Well, actually, that's the thing, is that it actually is just the case for everyone. There are just punches that will just kill people. Like, just perfectly healthy, just lands the wrong way, or you fall the wrong way after going unconscious. Boom, that's it, done.
Oh, I've got 2 of those stories just from high school alone. That one of them didn't end up in death, but the other one did. We had a teacher who, he was coming out of a restaurant/bar, and with his wife, and some dude accosted his wife, and he fucking swung on him, and the dude went down, and he hit his head on the fucking ground, and he was donezo. Just done. It's that simple. Yep, fall down
4 stairs can kill you. Yep, that is true. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's just like, anytime, just some trauma happens somewhere, there's risk.
The guy who accosted his wife was the one who was done. Yep, fall out of a chair. Let's see. And yeah, non-binary wanted you to know, Kat, that we already have robo-dicks. You just need a dildo and an auto saw.
Okay, but that's not the same, though. I'm saying, like, attached to you.
Oh, and there's non-binary is literally putting the fucking Home Depot link to the Sawzall in chat.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
Genius. You know what? I might actually just.
I won't accept Robodicks until we can stimulate the nerves in an artificial way to actually make it feel like it is what it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Like wireless, feelable RoboDick. Like, here, just take it. I'm busy right now. Just take it. I'm good.
Turn it to Octopus.
Dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. Dude, this is the game. This is what people don't realize they're missing out on.
Okay, you know what? Humans are going to mimic other animals. The octopus in nature, if the female is too aggressive, will rip off its eighth tentacle, which is also its penis, and 1/8 of its brain, and throw it at her as a means to suffice her and let it automatically do its thing and run away.
Well, have you seen the fucking robot tentacle yet?
The one that holds a knife?
No. There's like the newest robot tentacle making the rounds that's like full on, like, and it can grip and all the directions and shit like that. And yeah, as soon as I saw it, like, the first fucking comment on the thread was of course porn related. They're like, oh yeah, people gonna fuck that.
100%.
I don't blame them.
Facts. I know a live performer that uses that in her P word. She's from Russia. Don't ask me how I know, but it's amazing. Yeah, I wonder how you fucking know, Facts. And by the way, I've seen one of those used up close and personal, and not for construction or demolition. Well, demolition in a way, I suppose.
God damn it.
Demolish their asshole.
So, yes. Las Vegas people. What are you gonna say? Right? It's a thing. We get down differently than a lot of y'all.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
There's perks.
There's perks. Let's see. Swede. Oh no. Okay. Vikings. Vikings. Was that left back? I don't know. What's the LB in football stand for?
I couldn't fucking tell you. To be honest.
Linebacker. I'm thinking football, soccer, right? Like that's where my brain is because it's the only like sports ball I've really played. So Vikings linebacker Cameron Smith needs heart surgery, will miss season. Bicuspid aortic valve. Yep. Interesting.
The real football is soccer.
It is.
Agreed.
Yeah. Just Noah by Estrella.
I'm down with it. You know. And I'm also down with giving the British shit anytime they dare correct us because soccer is their word. They created it. It's their creation of a word. They used it to describe the same damn sport we're using to describe fucking, you know, anytime a British person gives you shit for saying soccer instead of football, feel free to lob that right back on their doorstep. Everybody else in the world, though, yeah, they were just the sensical ones who were like, yeah, we're just gonna call this football since there's a ball and we kick it around with our feet most of the time.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my fucking! Check out that article that fucking I Am Lefty fucking posted.
Man dies after masturbating 62 times in a row on Valentine's Day. I mean, okay, so 33 and he masturbated 62 times in a row. I mean, how old are you, Fertus?
So 61's the limit?
I'm 36.
Imagine, you're close enough. I mean, we're in this age range. I'm a little past it. You're a little past it. But, I mean, imagine masturbating 62 times in a row now. Like, what was this motherfucker on? Like, this is some combination of Viagra and meth.
It's definitely meth. That's a meth session if I ever heard it.
Like, this is not... His penis was detached from his body. It must have been so intense, it just came off his body. We found his penis gripped in his left hand so tightly we couldn't get it out. It was tragic.
Okay, so this is definitely meth. Like, I think that rules it out, right?
It was speculating that he was suffering from depression due to being extremely lonely on Valentine's Day. I mean, how do we know?
That is a mood.
He died of a heart attack, apparently. How do we know the 62? Wait, hang on. How do we know the 62 number? That's my... I want to know...
That's also a valid question.
Like,
imagine the paramedic just as the scene, just counting the scene. So what's 1, 2... Oh, there's one under the desk. 3...
Oh, that's great.
the whole story seems a little suspicious to me.
Las Vegas should just embrace his horny reputation and change its name to Las Vergas. I dig it. I'm with it. I'm sure most of the residents would be cool with it too.
Honestly, I just can't get over these comments that are below it. With the left hand? Was he gay?
There were
like, you need the right to hold the mouse.
There were 62 tissues on the floor.
Thank you for explaining why I learned any ambidextrity.
Maybe he streamed. I know. I don't like. Isn't masturbation illegal in Pakistan? It was being reported in the Pakistan Times. It was about a guy in South Africa, which again starts to lead me down the rabbit hole of this maybe urban legend territory. When the Pakistan Times starts reporting on a story out of South Africa into the English-speaking world, this is where I start to engage in the like, I'm gonna need some source material. It's a hell of a funny story though. Hey, Lightbright.
I just choose to accept it on its face value. I just need to accept... I just need that in my life to know that something like that happened.
Yeah, that's 62 times, died of a heart attack, holding it in his... I mean, it's the Daily Mail.
There's a part of me that hopes that they learned 62 because of an autopsy, and they're like, oh, the part of his brain because of orgasm just lit up this many times.
Oh, this is probably going to be like autoerotic asphyxiation territory. Yeah, this is you know, one man wearing pantyhose, a raincoat, and a diving suit, as you do, as well as a plastic bag over his head, died in Hamburg after sitting next to a heater and trying to melt slices of cheese on his body. Again,
why not?
Again, this is like that time that Viva tried to make a comment about fucking, like, I made some comment about German, like, sex club degeneracy, and Viva was like, but I'm like, no German gets to comment here. Fucking the levels of
population kills up to 100 Germans a year, according to a study, which also uncovered bizarre ways people have died pleasuring themselves.
The levels of degeneracy, the debauchery that Germans get up to, it's impressive. It's impressive. I respect it on it. I mean, come on. One man wearing pantyhose, a raincoat, and a diving suit, as well as a plastic bag over his head, died in Hamburg after sitting next to a heater and trying to melt slices of cheese on his body.
I wonder what type of cheese it was.
I mean,
That's what you get from the story.
Dude, I bet that dick had those pre-wrapped plastic cheese slices all over him.
like, come on. Like, that's, yeah, this is an article basically about autoerotic asphyxiation. That's,
okay, look, Produce, hear me out, though. I think the melting temperature is kind of integral to the story here.
Yeah, how hot was the heater?
That's not untrue. That's where you get, like, yeah, American quote-unquote cheese would have saved that person's
You
life.
are, Viva. You're a very creative people. Viva said, we're a creative people. Yes, you are.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, especially sexually. For sure.
Be careful, you can die from one punch, one fall, one scuba. Jeez. You can't actually. That's the thing.
One punch, one fall, one radiator.
Oh, be over. Solid work. Fister said we should build a statue to this hero. That would be an amazing statue, quite frankly.
I'm just imagining, like, the thinker, but in his left hand he's holding his cock and he's looking at it like,
Well, I'm thinking, like, I think that was a response to Cheese Guy. I don't know, it could be. But I'm thinking, like, you could have, like, an eternal flame situation here with the heater.
They're next to each other. The dichotomy.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it was for Cheese God. Okay, yeah. Like, yeah, dude with fucking some, like, bronze statue of a dude in a scuba outfit, a dive suit, a raincoat, and a fucking bag over his head with fucking cheese on his, like, a torso, laying down with, like, an eternal flame heater next to him. That's, and since it's Germany, get on that. We're gonna need that from you. Crafter Mayhem, Mr. Mayhem said, I was wondering the same thing, Kraft or Velveeta. It's Germany, so probably neither.
Yeah.
Probably some actual real cheese.
Well, that's what I'm fucking saying.
Viva what? Sorry, I was distracted. We're just gonna need you to build a monument to a dude who died masturbating. That's all.
With the what do you mean non-binary? I'm surprised that it wasn't you with the what sort of.
Yeah, what sort of cheese? Yeah, the Frenchman. Why was it the Frenchman who got that?
They were expecting you to do it.
Yeah.
You are now a disgrace to your people, and you're gonna have to move to Belgium now.
I mean, for the beer alone, it would be a boon.
Fair enough.
Well, in that case, we're probably gonna have to ship you off somewhere else.
Switzerland.
Oh
That's
God.
It doesn't exist. We already covered that.
Hang on. Swede. He came in an explosion. There was lots of debris.
Oh.
Oh no.
Swede. Estrella, just
hurts.
no Swede.
It hurts. I heard it's a lot.
It's cheese. At least he was a man of culture. Exactly. Oh yeah, we know this one. I mean, I think everybody knows this one, right? The 2,000-year-old masturbating Pompeii man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Like, ever wonder what you'd do if the world was ending? You had minutes to live. Well, this guy appears to have one suggestion.
I'm surprised more people weren't fucking there. They found a few, but I'm just surprised there wasn't more.
Do you remember that story about like there was this nuke alert in Hawaii?
We just talked about it last night.
Yeah.
We literally just talked about that yesterday. Yeah.
A lot of people did fuck there.
Well, some siblings apparently fucked.
That's uncomfortable.
I'm not surprised.
There are some Americans that live on Hawaii.
Instead of an eternal flame, get him an eternal fondue pot.
Cursed, but I love it. It's cursed in just the right way.
It's bad form. You won't know it's a cheese.
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the Wynn is like opening up and shit. This apparently the Wynn here in town said employees have to get vaccinated or submit weekly negative tests. So we're at that stage in this town where it looks like we're gonna start opening up like full on.
I was just there. It's like 80% already open anyways.
It's, we've got some restrictions still, but yeah, they're showing us indicators that Vegas is just gonna be like, and fuck it, we're doing this now.
Have y'all ever had scaramouza?
No, I don't think so.
It is smoked mozzarella.
Oh,
right?
yeah, then yes.
And it's...
Can you just fucking say that again, you motherfucker?
Smoked mozzarella, please.
You had to say it like that, you motherfucker. Really? You're not even fucking...
What? What's wrong? What's going on with you?
The fucking mozzarella. Get the fuck out of here, son.
So, anyway, what I'm getting at is I'm gonna find you a picture of it because that's where it's going. Come on, Google.
Oh, lovely, another one. Off-duty Pentagon police officer fatally shoots 2 people in Maryland.
Beautiful.
Oh gosh.
Every fucking time.
Alright.
We're on a roll.
And I'm going to post a link in chat, and you will know why this cheese is called the Pope's testicles.
Oh, I'm not sure if I want to look at the picture.
I mean, I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that y'all are just a bunch of weirdos. That's all.
It's not bad.
I would not look at that and think of the Pope's testicles. I think you Frenchies are a little weird.
I think that goes without saying, to be fair.
It's Italian. What?
Well, that's what I was getting on your ass about, Fortus, is you're not even fucking Italian. When you're fucking
so what? What's wrong with
Premarital said Pope and ball torture.
Pope and oh my god. I think we just swapped out Curio's chat tonight.
Why not?
No, I mean, I welcome it. I'm just
did
saying,
you hear about the war in Northern Ireland? They're rioting again. Yeah, it's somebody came in 2 days ago, something like that, and said it's not necessarily war yet, it's rioting. I mean, fair enough. They're like, well, did you hear about Ireland? I said, if it's about the resurgence of the Troubles, basically, yes. And so, we're doing it. Like, there's an angry guy behind a fucking wall, fucking waving a stick at other people on the other side of the wall, and there's fire and shit. I mean, this is... Jesus Christ. Fuck me. I can't believe we're doing this shit again.
I, for one, embrace it.
Nice, Swede. Fuck yes.
In a video game.
I'm probably mistaken. So this isn't a riot for Northern Ireland also succeeding from Britain, is it? Or is it they already are?
This is look. There is no purpose behind this yet. This goes back 800 years worth of tensions. Okay,
Yeah,
this is a lot of baggage.
Yeah, this is like historical blood feud territory. It's like, you know,
there is no one thing that you can be like,
so this is between North and South then.
this
it goes a little bit deeper, but yeah.
This is you know, the Protestants and the Catholics probably added again, but it's the fact of the matter is that, you know, yes, Scale, which police said they had not seen for decades, this was barely contained. All right, it was barely contained. Yes, Lilith. Brexit set this off again. There was barely a lid on this thing. And there was always tensions. There were still tensions. There was still the new IRA. I forget what the fuck they call themselves, but there was an offshoot of the IRA that was still operating very much like a gang in certain areas. The violence was never properly contained. They still had to rely on like 40-foot high fucking walls between some of these areas. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but they're like 26 feet or something like that. They're big ass walls. Separating entire neighborhoods. Just so they don't burn each other's buildings down. It is, like I said, this was already simmering. So, yeah, Brexit kicked this shit off again.
Premarital, would you be cool if they were American? They're Protestants. I mean, they're still Irish Protestants, but they're American.
Yes. Analysis.
Like mafia shit with her. Like they were like extorting people and shit.
Also, they had a disapproval of certain revenue streams. If you got caught dealing drugs in some of their areas, they just shoot you in the kneecap. Like that was your first warning. Like, yeah, like just.
Like
don't do it again.
Basically, just like collective like vigilante street justice, like people. Which I mean, hey, you know, I get it.
Yeah, it was.
Marital, you're not making this easy, but you know, hey.
So you know, yeah, I mentioned this once or twice, fucking in very previous streams when Brexit was a fucking thing. This is even before Twitch. That like, you know, yeah. It's gonna inevitably, you know, rupture the dam and break into violence again. And it's fascinating that I get to see, like, I get to see this cycle in my lifetime. That the Troubles existed, and then we actually managed to, you know, get an agreement going where, hey, let's calm that the fuck down. And then another policy decision that just causes it to erupt all over again. It's nice to see the cycle. You know, it's really fascinating to witness history unfold. Yeah.
Or rather stutter.
Good job, Brexiteers. I love all of those stories, by the way. All of those stories are some of my favorite stories, plain and simple. Like, I didn't know Spain was gonna kick us out. Yeah, you dumb fuck. What'd you think was gonna happen? Like, you know, huh? What? We're illegals now? Oh.
Okay,
get your ass back to Britain.
Okay, be over. Do me a favor. Get some water. Turn on some fucking music and get the fuck off this stream. This is not the place to be.
Yeah, be over. Well, I mean, be over's old school.
This will judge you for just like dipping the fuck out right now.
Be over's old school. Be over. Just channel fucking, you know. Get your shit together. You're experienced enough at this. Come on.
You know what to do. I'm just giving you a little advice, a little suggestion. Like, you know.
Libra, that was my favorite. Mayhem, in this day and age, why is there still a colonial presence in Ireland? Good luck.
Wow. I feel like it's, you know, fuck it, you know.
But yeah, be over. Just channel like the 1980s.
Just the 80s.
Yeah, you can do it. I know some of Be Over's stories. Be Over can handle their shit. I do love that you just got way too high though. You probably do. You need a little brisk walk. You're streamed to the TV. We'll see. I want to hang out with you guys. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know,
Be Over's going to start with the water. You know, ice pack always helps me. That's always a good one. A little ice pack on the back of the neck snaps me out of a lot of things.
For me, I just need that cold splash of water in the face, and I feel a lot better.
Yep. It triggers, like, given that your organism thinks, we're going diving, so we're going to have to lower our heart rhythm. So therefore, yeah, it's diving.
The mammalian diving reflex.
Yes.
Neko said, I sat and got high and I've barely said shit. That's
fine too.
It's okay, Neko.
We'll be babysitters. We're fine with that.
Nice to be over.
Not everyone's a talkie toker.
Lefty said Canada has riots over an ice hockey game, and Wither said so does America on occasion.
Yeah.
We tend to riot more over basketball games.
No, it's football.
Well,
Yeah,
Philly. What was the last time Philly rioted? Was it football or basketball? Because I know Philly had a really good basketball riot one time.
Go
One
Birds.
time. That was one time though.
Well, Philly riots are. I mean, Philly likes to riot, so.
It does, but like it's usually over football or like. I'm trying to figure out how edgy this joke should be, but I've just realized I should probably just ditch it.
Fair enough.
As Orange Man said, bad things happen in Philadelphia.
Oh, nice, Swede. Yes, Swede is preparing a whole like pork butt and has been like massaging it with
nice.
mustard and getting the rub and binding to settle. Like, yeah, Swede's doing it upright. Fair enough, redacted. You say riot, I say enthusiastic celebration, says Fister.
That's fair.
I respect it.
Well, it's in regard, like, the US needs to step up their game. Like, you just riot after a match. No, we have hooligans in Europe. Folks that go into sports events to fucking mess people up. Like, riot is the point. It's a sideshow. Or rather, even the match is a sideshow to their fuckery.
Yeah, we went to a fucking riot and a football game broke out. It's like that. Yeah. I've used that joke for hockey for years and years and years. You know, you go to see a fight and a fucking hockey game breaks out. Jesus Christ, knock that shit off.
Knock that shit off, guys. Actually, when you go to hockey, you are watching as much fighting as you would be at like an MMA. Like, it gets fucking violent.
And occasionally somebody gets an impromptu facelift because they take a blade to the face.
Well, that's what I'm fucking saying. It's like there's way more variables that lead to those fights being a lot more fucked up. Like the jerseys are just like holy shit. Like it's just so easy to just like hang on and just start fucking pounding away with like literally no way of like creating any distance.
That's why they're like that. They pretty much make them grabbable.
Fister lives in
some
Bristol.
Weird, like gladiator-based shit.
Oh.
I guess they're just lucky for wearing those helmets because those things take a lot of the punches.
That's the thing is Americans would riot more readily if we had universal health care.
Oh, 100%. Sorry.
We would.
It's true, of course.
No, we would.
God,
dude, we chip a tooth. That's like $3,000.
I'm sure Canadians would too. If
yeah, like you get a fucking tooth knocked out because you take a fist to the face. That's like $3,000 out of your pocket. All right. So Americans have some like, you know, actual like budgetary calculus to do based on our rioting. You give us universal health care and then come talk to me. Chances are you'll see far more violent and active Americans in the streets. All right. Like that street level violence that all y'all get up to is because you have universal health care. All right, if you took a fucking bar brawl, like street bar brawl, and outside of the pub on a weekend sort of situation, and these motherfuckers had to potentially pay $5,000 or $15,000 out of pocket because of some stupid bar brawl, trust me, you'd see a lot of that shit get knocked the fuck off real quick.
Yeah, I guess Americans would protest a lot more if they had universal healthcare. Not my.
Yeah, we gotta
be a calculus there.
We gotta pay out of pocket for this shit. Beover's drinking water filter broke, so I'm using the filter pitcher. They take so long to drip.
I'm personally of the opinion that Canada's healthcare system is the bare minimum, and that's really all we have.
Lefty, it's fine. And Neko, there's something when you're not that high to read. Neko said why they don't want us to have medical care. You heard it here first, exposed. So I just gave him the link to the tent poles. Something to read. I'll post pics of my butt on Discord through the whole smoke process. Thank you, Swede. I look forward to seeing your butt.
Sweet, start OnlyFans.
Honestly, I feel like that should just be like a regular career option, like just for anyone at this point. Just like when shit really hits the fan, just start an OnlyFans.
To do that, we have to normalize men's beauty standards.
I'm cool
Not
with that.
handsome standards, I mean beauty standards. We need men to feel okay being pretty and getting dolled up for things.
Oh,
ironically, this is why I support just like femboys. Like,
well,
it's great.
It doesn't have to be feminine.
Well, but yes, but other direction. Like the beauty standards for men are probably like even more unattainable than women in this country.
Oh yeah.
Like,
easily.
Yeah, like I mean, have you seen what the standard for like a Hollywood hot, or model hot for a male is? I'm sorry, do you have a 12-pack? And do you have like negative body fat? Oh, you don't? Oh, you fucking heifer.
Yeah, you have to have like a perfect fucking jawline, it's just chiseled just the right way. It's
absolutely unattainable.
Delete my Tinder because I'm under 6 feet tall.
Well,
yeah, there's that too.
Clearly you're undateable, you munchkin.
Yeah, exactly. Now I like it up the ass, and I realize that's the way I should have gone the first place.
Oh, the truth is so delicious.
Swede said, I have an OnlyPans.
God, Swede, you're really just knocking them out today, aren't you?
Yes, I'm freezing, and I just went to the beer store, so I have a 12-pack, says non-binary.
Where do you keep all those pans, Swede? Do you have a labyrinth of some sort?
Jesus Christ, premarital, not gonna lie, I really hate the Hollywood hottie type. Give me a burly, bearded Alaskan fuck.
So you want a Canadian, like 90% of Canadian men. Dad bod Canadians is that.
And hey there, himself, saying, yeah, I'm very masculine, but I'd love to be able to wear eyeliner without judgment. I just want to be able to, I want to be able to wear a skirt without judgment, or like one of those like Arab fucking, what is it, thubes or something like that. Fucking, like, I wouldn't, Tobes? I think it's Tobe that I'm after. Yeah, it's a Tobe. Here, I'll throw it on screen. Or Thobe. I don't fucking know the pronunciation on this one, but this shit.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, premarital, that is like the other Hollywood hottie. Like dad bod is like kind of the thing right now. Big beard dad bod.
That's a Thobe.
Those look comfy as heck. But yeah, you'd be seen as wearing a dress in North America.
Yeah.
should be allowed to be
dude, like I'm a dude who lives in the desert and it gets to like 120 degrees Fahrenheit out here. Like, underwear and tight pants is not, just no. Not that I do any of that anyway, but I'd really like something more breezy. So, you know, something along those lines or skirtish. Either way, I don't care. Bring it in though. Like, we need to incorporate this into our culture.
Ho Ho Chi Minh says you
Oh,
should have
God
been cuck virus. You re the scummiest thing on the planet. Every tanky would have obliterated you. If loser wannabe wasteman.
Hey, Neko, what's a cuck virus? That sounds hot as fuck. Yeah, tankies are, well, I mean, tankies are special anyway. I mean, that's, we don't, you know, there are special cousins. You treat them differently.
Distance.
You know,
yeah. Keep them at arm's reach.
You just make sure that, you know, the sharp things are out of reach, and that, you know, anything that could fall on their head is, you know, put away properly so they don't hurt themselves or others, because they have a tendency to shoot people in the back, or machine gun. Yeah, a lot of people, or machine gun them down in the streets, or, you know, launch artillery shells onto their club in Moscow. Stuff like that.
We have
Or,
to,
you know, just bomb them back into the Stone Age. You know, like in Chechnya.
Yeah. You know, executing like 2,000 people in the forests because they wanted to be in control of their own means of production, their own work, their own labor, and their own products. You know, just, you know, stuff like that. Kronstadt. Yeah. See, here's the thing. Whatever you're here's the thing, Santa Claus. You're an authoritarian fuck, and you will forever be on the other side of the aisle. You will use force. You will use the state's force. You will use violence to get your way, right? Like, you will actually weaponize the state. I'm for an actual stateless society. You want a vanguard class. You're not a comrade. You're an authoritarian. You're closer to a Nazi, or well, quite frankly, well, you're closer to Donald Trump than you are me. So,
I like the switch right there, just in real time. Went from calling you an authoritarian to a hippie.
Woo! Authoritarian hippies. You know, that classic mix-up. You know, fucking. Oh, you're so special, sweetheart. Bless your heart.
I don't know what to tell you, dude. If you're like, you already know about Ho Chi Minh. I'm just surprised that like you still think that like tankies or like authoritarian leftists wouldn't shoot people.
I'm a brain-dead centrist horseshoe theorist. Yes, the anarchist is the centrist in the room. This is how you know you've gone too far, is when you look at the guy who calls for the dissolution of the nation state and say that you're a centrist. Sweetheart, stop drinking the Kool-Aid. You've gone too far. It's time to come back to an objective reality.
And here's the thing is, we'll take you back, son. We're not like you people where we just like hold the shit over your head for the rest of your lives.
Yeah, oh yeah, we actually believe in like restorative and reparative justice. Like, you know, like you're redeemable.
Yeah, you're welcome back. Don't don't be afraid. There's a place for you.
Oh, and by the way, just FYI, you can't convince plants to be communist, just so you know. I'll save you a planting season. Somebody should have informed Lysenko somewhere along the way, too.
You're making the same arguments?
No, I'm making the same arguments. I'm not sure what an argument is, but it sounds kind of cool. It sounds like something you'd like pick up in a video game, like a mod for your like wrist launcher or something. You're like, and that's an argument. Yeah.
Argument.
And plus, yeah, I mean, the all caps really wraps up the argument. You're making great points here.
And there's the lib shit. Oh, love it. 9, you! Oh, that's exactly Lefty.
Ho Chi Minh, you want to come on the air?
Oh, yes, Santa Claus. You want to get on the air with us?
We'll talk with you.
We will actually have a conversation.
Oh.
Come on.
Do it.
Come on the air. I'm sure your giant fucking tanky cojones can definitely stand up to some like lib shit anarchitty like me, right?
Hey, Ho Chi Minh, I got a question for you. Is Islam reactionary?
Oh, Lysenko would obliterate you. Lysenko was a fucking moron who thought he could convince plants to be communist. Oh, he's fucking... Honestly, the fact that y'all are so fucking in so deep that you have to defend the likes of Lysenko is just... It's a cult, man. It's a cult. I want the best for you. I really do. But when you say crazy shit like Lysenko would obliterate you... I mean, what are we left with? We have to mock you. We have to. That's goofy ass shit. This motherfucker thought you could plant 100 potatoes in a square meter and they wouldn't compete for resources because they were grown under a communist regime, quote unquote communist, by the way, because y'all have never actually accomplished communism. You've never pulled off a classless, stateless society. All you end up with is some state-run capitalism with socialist aesthetics. Meanwhile, you install a vanguard class who ends up being the bureaucratic governance and ends up just replacing the hierarchy that you supposedly overthrew to start with. You're a bunch of fucking jokers. You just want to be in charge. You want to be the guy with the gun rather than have someone else with the gun. That's all. You're a bunch of fucking wannabe, well, you're fascists in red. That's all. You're adorable. Infrared would obliterate you.
Oh god, here we are.
Infrared.
Hold on.
Infrared would spend...
Is that you?
Oh, we're doing it. Infrared would spend 45 minutes just yelling cope.
That is true.
As he already proved he will do. Oh, and if you're missing something, Santa Claus, this is your Lord and Savior turned into a song to mock him. See, this is the thing that y'all never understand. That anarchists actually get. Life is supposed to be fun. You guys drain every last bit of fun out of all of existence. This is why we're more resilient.
That's kind of like the one thing that like ANCAPs get right. They just know how to like be fun degenerates when they want to be.
Yeah. Credit where credit's due. Oh, there's the threats of violence. I always love that. Always love that.
Why do you gotta ruin the fun? If you say that, you gotta go.
And you're a fake communist. There. Ooh, we can do this back and forth. Get on the air. Stop being a little cowardly bitch.
Yeah, let's talk. We can
Let's actually have a conversation. Engage in the dialectic.
Yes.
Don't you want to engage in a dialectical exercise?
But Kai, the potatoes, they could have grown. They just didn't get the chance.
Like,
hey,
what
Raphael.
you need to do is just, kneel on the ground and whisper to the potato plants the Das Capital, like page by page, slowly.
How are you gonna whisper like charts to them? Is what I want to know.
Crazy Mark, yeah, I know, right? Crazy Mark. Basically, it's because of this person, ho Santa Claus Chi Min, who is a violent, angry tanky, and so people are picking on them. Because they make threats, they make calls to violence. Generally, they are the reason that the left gets extra attention from the law enforcement agencies, is because they're a bunch of unhinged maniacs who LARP.
The left gets extra attention because, like,
oh, Yankee.
law enforcement doesn't
I'm
like
sorry.
the left.
I'm sorry. Only only Yankee dipshits use Discord. So I'm sorry. Fertus, you French bastard, you have to go. Karina, I'm sorry, as a Canadian, you have to go as well.
God damn it.
You know, again,
I'll just go drown in maple syrup.
I'm a crying Trotskyist loser.
When did we support? When did we
Are they just going to scream like left-leaning theorists at you?
Oh my god.
constantly?
Hang on. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do this.
What
you just said
you know, something that I've always
is
wanted
one
to
of the
ask these
most-
tankies is like, what is their fucking attachment to these like long dead, old fucking like what? Okay, Slavic dudes. All right, let's fucking,
Okay.
you know,
All right.
like, come on. Like these people are dead, dude. It's over.
Everybody feel free to, submit that report if you want. Whoever this person is, I mean, they can only hang on to an account for a few days.
No, that's a no-no. That's a
What
big
is it?
no-no.
Hey, Santa Claus.
God damn it.
Yeah, you're about to go bye-bye, just so you know. You have crossed multiple terms of service lines, which, again, I wish this were truly a free country and freedom of speech, blah, 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 XYZ. You are on a corporate platform, and you have to be aware of that. So, who wants to do it?
Oh, I'll do it. Just submitting my report first.
Yeah.
I beat you to it.
Hey, Ho Chi Minh, when you actually grow a set and you're willing to engage, come on back and have a conversation. But until then, good riddance, you piece of shit coward.
Take care, Chuchu.
Bye, you insufferable guy.
That was a nice one.
Yeah. It's nice to see Infrared's cult members getting out and getting around and spreading their wings and going to other places that aren't just his singular cult-like channel. It's
I think member singular. I'm wholly convinced this is Juche Gang.
Same here.
I don't know. Juche doesn't come.
All dumplings. I think dumplings and Juche are two different people, but
How do you pronounce Moran? I think that's how you do it. I
Moron.
don't fucking Moran.
Moron.
what?
Moral.
All right, Neko,
Look at-
looking at it.
Moran?
The X with the fucking. There's an accent on that one.
It's in Spanish.
Nice,
Moron.
Neko. All right, hang on. Let me get back.
Moricon.
Infrared joins BreadTube.
How does it feel? Infrared is rising. Infrared is rising. Dude, that is the power of infrared. We're growing so fast. Infrared.
Amazing.
That is the height of his rhetorical device. That is what the dialectic looks like according to Infrared.
He just screams that he's winning when nothing of the sorts is happening.
Fister, you are a halfway reasonable human being who has a modicum of common sense. So the fact that you're trying to figure out why tankies do or don't do something you're never going to achieve it. Right? What you need to do is like slam your head into a brick wall for, I don't know, maybe 3-4 weeks, and then do copious amounts of hard drugs, and then maybe, just maybe, also maybe, I don't know, asphyxiate yourself for a little bit too, deprive yourself of oxygen. Then maybe you can figure that shit out. But until then, I'm sorry, you're just going to be lost.
Yep.
There's no making heads or tails of this shit. It is like one part cult, one part psychological problem. Like, yeah, this is alienation and radicalization to a cause that is otherwise violent and destructive. This is what it looks like. They're basically the alt-right of the left. Like, they are the alt-left. Right? Like, it's QAnon, tankies, it's the same pool of thought processes at the end of the day. The CIA is behind everything. It's that sort of thing. There's a whole lot of overlap in that Venn diagram. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they
Lefty.
never mention Cuba. Surely that would be a better example of what they want. Well, see, here's the thing: is that this is what a lot of tankies like run into is that they have to like they'd have to then acknowledge that like literally all of their societies just become capitalist again.
Oh, they're
Like,
sending. Yep. They're doing the DM stuff.
Amazing.
Estrella got it. Gulags were regular prisons, you dumbass, idiot, cuck, bitch. No, you're doing awful, loser, soy boy. All to Estrella, by the way. Dipshit, cancer, freezing gulag, you reactionary shithead. Bad is your shithead brain. You're so dumb and you're the dumbest moron on earth. Dickhead, chauvinist, dipshit, cancer. Stalin is a million times better than you, cuck. Great grammar. Exactly what I'd expect out of them, too.
Sounds like normal behavior, yes.
Very, very well-adjusted people, I'm sure. I'm sure they're fit to lead
Oh,
a revolution.
and Casual gave us their follow list. Carpe. No.
Oh, god damn it.
Every time, dude.
Let's see. Infrared.
I need to
Sue.
talk to this dude, but...
Comrade Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
Silver. Gomer. Buddhist. Yeah. You know.
The usuals.
The usuals. Lefty, I'ma send gay stuff to him.
Mm-hmm. That's also usual.
Hold on, Lefty. Give me 1 sec. My whispers do not stay open. That's not a thing I do. So if you want to, I'll send you a whisper and then you can reply back. There you go.
It's because he's indigenous, Marital. Come on, let's not fucking, you know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, he allows for what do I want? What's the term I'm searching for?
He's running a hustle. He knows what he's doing.
The losers in my DMs trying to touch my binded butt, says Swede. I think I just got a copy and paste in my DM, says Neko. He couldn't even come with an original fucking death threat for me. What the fuck? Right, Neko? They're uncreative, too. That's the worst part. They're boring. They use copy pastas and shit.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, unlike the fascists, they just, like, are just really angry and they care. Whereas, like, with fascists, it's all about, like, it's very clearly, like, they're just trying to, like, get a rise out of you. Like, it's for pleasure for them.
Oh, and...
Whereas, like, you know...
Yeah, and just FYI, in the future, Cupcake, drop that sort of thing in shared content. Please and thank you. Just, you know, try and keeping some order. Stalin bad, Uncle Sam good, Moldova bad, Romania good, Red bad, Black good. Come on, I want death threats too, says Premarital.
Cool. We love you, Premarital.
Irish, I didn't even have to look up any of the words he used. What a loser. Yeah, and the sad part is, they're still here. They're still here.
Are they really?
Oh, I guarantee they're still. I mean, that's what was happening to Estrella. Was like response to what I was saying to Estrella. Yes.
Can we get confirmation he's still listening?
Give us a hint, Mitch Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah, like, I mean, I love the hate watchers. I really do. They're my favorite viewers. I 100%. The fact that you could absolutely sit there and seethe while watching me, and then you watch me for a while. My average viewership is usually north of 3 hours. Right? Like, this is a real statistic. I've been tracking this for quite some time now. It's almost always north of 3 hours. And so these fuckers don't pop in and out. They sit there and lurk. And it's just, I couldn't imagine, like, just sitting there seething and fucking just, yeah. Like, don't you have anything better to do with your life? I mean, clearly not, but, I mean, get a hobby. or a better hobby, something more creative, more productive. Go draw. Go learn a new language. Go, here's something. Go jog. Work off some of that excess energy. Maybe do some push-ups.
I know you're always trying to go for like that Slavic aesthetic. Just to give you a heads up, yeah, neckbeards ain't it. Handle that.
Lefty, I mean, you can just copy and paste it right into my whispers if you want. Yeah, like just copy and paste whatever the fuck he sent you. Yeah, exactly, Libra. They need a healthier outlet. Yeah, Estrella, go get laid, socialize, something. Like, you need a healthier outlet, my man. You do. Like, they never cease to amaze. Viva, I don't know. Was Juche obsessed with Estrella too? I don't know. Juche never came at me like that though.
Never came at me like that either.
Nah.
And I couldn't tell you why.
I don't think that's Juche. I know you guys kind of want it to be, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news. And again, as I always point out, by hate, I mean absolutely adore and love it. There's a lot more of them than just one dude. I know.
Yeah, it's not some small group either.
Yeah. I know you really kind of wanted to be just like 3 dudes who continuously cycle accounts. It's not. There's a few of these idiots.
They are still a minority, mind you, but like.
Oh, Estrella said Juche liked her. So wasn't Juche. The hobby is mental hoops to comprehend why their story has to change every time China makes a move. It was just like hate buzzwords, all the whispers. Yeah. And again, you know, China's super racist anyway. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, we start at the top. Like, Disney had to fucking change the poster for like the Star Wars movie because and like they lightened John Boyega. They fucking China insisted that who's it, Chadwick, who played Black Panther, wear the fucking mask because they didn't want to fucking see him in the poster. And yeah, like they put Boyega in the back of the poster or something like that. They lightened his skin tone. You know, China's super fucking racist in a lot of ways. And I mean, again, imperialist, racist, capitalist, and the fact that these guys like defend them is just hilarious. It's like, you do realize they're not the communist utopia, right? Like, they have 400 plus billionaires and multinational corporations.
Yeah, also that throws hardcore capitalists for a loop when I asked them, yeah, well, if communism's so bad, why do they have so many billionaires? And it breaks their brain.
Yeah, Gecko, welcome. Yes, we had a violent, angry tanky come in who started making death threats all across the board and yelling all sorts of hate speech and all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's sort of what happened there, Gecko. Yeah, and it again, not a debate, just, you know, somebody screaming basically, who we invited to get on the air and have an actual conversation, but they chose to just engage in, like, you know, threats of violence and telling people that they should kill themselves and stuff like that, which is, you know, par for the course with tankies. So, yeah, it was super productive.
Do you all want to see cat motion capture?
I'm down.
Oh, I've seen it. I saw it. It made the rounds today. Yes. Oh, Lefty. Yeah, a bunch of us got that. I will throw it on stream though, just so people can fucking wash a little bit of eye bleach. I wish Nazis would out themselves as loudly as these fucking tankies do, said Cupcake. Zach and Chains, have they been coming in more coming on my frequently? Zach, have they been coming in more frequently? I mean, there seems to have been a rise in tankydom recently, to a certain extent. We'll do, Weather.
It's just so weird that it was spurred on by fucking Infrared of all people, you know?
Yeah. Which is, I mean, hilarious. He's such a, I mean, he's so broken.
Do we know what project
your guy.
they're doing this for?
No
I
idea.
don't know. It's a year old, but I don't know what it's for.
I don't know. I just hope it's a new thing equivalent of like Nintendogs and Nintendcats, if you remember that.
Well, the top comment is Assassin's Creed Cat Assassins confirmed for PS5.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go with that.
What
That'd be a
about a
nice
Warcraft
game
game?
to mix up.
Oh, we've got more. Oh, shit.
Oh, is it bad now?
All right, Estrella. Let's see what else. Thanks. We're gonna do this from the top down, right? So Estrella got some, Premarital got a bunch. All right, so we're gonna do this. I'll say Santa Claus and Estrella, right? So we all know who we're talking about. Estrella responded back to the like dickhead chauvinist, dipshit cancer. Stalin is a million times better than you, cuck. Thanks. I heard the gulags were real cozy. Tell Proily Cuck that he's a CIA agent. Oh, I already know. Estrella said, oh, we know. That's part of it. Didn't you get that we're CIA? That's our whole thing. And Santa Claus responded back, oh, you're right about that. Estrella said, thanks, I appreciate it. The CIA is real cozy, too. Stalin is our most memorable member of the CIA. We love him here at the CIA headquarters. No, he wasn't. He actually was. Did you read his book? Fucking Estrella just trolling the shit out of this dude. Love it, Estrella. He sent to Premarital. By the way, feel free to report this fucker.
Oh yeah, totally within like your right, just like to
yeah, report the shit out of this dude. Ho Santa Claus piece of shit here said, you should have been aborted, you cuck virus. You're the scummiest thing on the planet. Premarital said, oh my god, hi. And Santa Claus said, happy now, cuck soy loser. Premarital. I was wondering if you were going to get to me before Bezos took down your account. You're the biggest cuck in history. By the way, have you ever been to Transnistria? I heard it's nice this time of year. Keep licking Bezos' ass, libshit cancer. Freeze in Siberia. Lots of happy babushkas and all that. I'm going to piss on your grave. No thanks. I'd rather freeze in Finland. Maybe Karelia. And then signature Molotov with the boys. Good stuff. Okay, end yourself, bitch. And then, of course, replied back with a whole host of I'm not gonna butcher it, I'm sorry. And it's, Argentinian anyway. Here's Casual. Santa Claus again. You should have been aborted, you cuck virus. You're the scummiest thing on the planet. Because, of course, freezing gulag, Stalin's a million times better. Casual said, I'm not going to bother replying because I honestly had better shit to do with my times. Here's Swede. Again, same copy pasta. Vosh got obliterated. You brain dead. You because they apparently don't know anything about grammar, punctuation, anything like that. You read the biggest loser on Earth. Irish just replied back, cool story, bro.
So what's the payment structure like in COINTELPRO? Do you work contract or is it are you an employee? How does that work?
Neko, give me 1 sec. I will get you a link, and then you can post it in shared content as well. Just give me 1 sec. I've gone over my CIA payment plan before because I'm also Illuminati, in addition to being CIA and Western propagandist. Basically what happens is my Soros bucks, get deposited in an offshore account that is, shielded through a CIA front group. And so that's how I access my payments. Yeah.
Oh, so you're subcontracted then?
Yeah, well, it's not that I'm subcontracted. It's more that we have a network of subsidiary front companies. It's basically the mafia, but the OGs. Also, again, it's the Illuminati who sets this shit up for me anyway. So,
you can get a job in government if you're not connected. obviously.
Neko, check your whispers. I sent you a link. So there you go. The CIA and Soros merged last year for anarchists. Let's see. I think I had a productive talk with him. Lefty. Okay, I asked that guy if I could have sex with him because I was horny. Yes.
What did he say?
I feel left out. He hasn't harassed me at all, says himself. You know what? He's grown on me. Can we unban him, says Fister.
Wait, are you fucking serious, Sweet?
The Spanish text is Twitch, the you can't whisper this user because they blocked you message. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, so Premarital got blocked by his punk ass. Oh, lovely, Swede. So Bad Empanada fucking pivoted. Good to see.
He realized that it wasn't grifty enough.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently so. Oh, so
nuts, dude.
Neko sent me, okay, so it's the same copy pasta, million times better than you cuck. You libtards, hang on. It reset. You libtards piece of shit are disappearing everywhere, cry like a useless sack of piss. Dickhead wastemen Americans are the dumbest people on the planet. Fuck yourself, comma. You useless prick off to gulag dipshit space, space. Freeze in Siberia space, space. Your shithead will turn into.
Nice.
Let's see. Freezing gulag, you reactionary shithead. Bad is your dipshit shit brain. Your ureza. Oh. Accounts no longer active. Good night, be over. Yes, Rectubator. Yes, we had a very violent, angry, hateful tanky come through.
His account just died.
Yeah, who's, you know. Premarital, I mean, he's got a point. Americans are idiots. Lots of them like to LARP as Moldovans online and come inside their Stalin body pillow. Hey, Django. Yeah, they're, you know, poor Santa Claus. I already lost that fucking new account that they had to spin up. There it is. And if you're wondering why I'm calling him Santa Claus, it's because his fucking name had Ho 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 Chi Minh. Yep. Count's gone. Oh, no, I didn't, be over. I'm sorry. Let me scroll up. I should have listened to Kai's suggested curfew for me. Good night if Capone, good night. If Capone is still streaming, I'll chill in his truck and listen to him chuckle. Fair enough. Be over.
That's a much better stream.
Yes, especially for your level of highness right now. It's probably more healthful place to be. So take care of yourself, be over. Nurse that high. I hope it gets to a manageable place and that, it starts becoming like Goofy rather than, work.
Motherfucker's got 20 viewers right now. Good for him.
Yeah.
Love that man.
I mean, I'm gonna indirectly take credit, because he used to hang out in single digits, and since I rated him, he's in double digits. So clearly, it was directly caused by me, because that's how the world works.
Irish. Really? Well, Dia, tell us the fucking username so we can report him for ban evasion.
Oh, that's That's the pastry. That's pastry. Yeah, pastry's in there too. No.
Second coming.
Yeah, no, sweet. That's a different dude entirely. That's pastry.
You know what we need to figure out? We need to, because obviously there's like a place where these motherfuckers congregate, right? It's kind of like a. Yeah, like
4chan channel that there's a link going around right now. It's got it.
Oh, we've actually, dude. Karina, were you here for, were you remember the community for the 4chan incident?
No.
Oh yes.
It was not.
Yes, I've been put up on 4chan before. Yeah, and it was the funniest one for me was the motherfucker who put up trying to bait it out, put up on 4chan the link to the show and said raid this person or brigade this person. They're saying trans people should kill themselves. How do you think that played on 4chan?
Yeah.
The first response to them was, "What's the problem?"
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay.
talk
If you
about
want to
Okay,
get
so
that riled up.
yeah.
Okay, so like 4chan is a very specific ecosystem. Yeah, it
Yeah.
obviously is an absolute cesspit, but there is corners that you could get riled up on progressive things. It's not there. You need to go to like
Oh
the
yeah, they put it
trash
in. They think.
MLP and
I think they put it in
like,
poll.
Steven Universe.
Yeah, no, I think they put it in poll was where we got posted.
Oh yeah, no,
well-
you're gonna get fucking just cussed out.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. It was fucking hilarious. Okay. So Chibareki fucking pastry dude, is fucking somebody else. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Shit Bareki. Let's see.
Incidentally, there's an unspoken rule of 4chan. They are not your personal army. That's not going to go well for them.
Oh yeah. That is another thing. Yeah. Don't try and fucking do that shit. Yeah. I got posted. It was one night. I got posted like 3 times to 4chan. And it was after somebody basically got owned in chat that they came in with some really shit arguments and they just tail between their legs ran out of here and fucking went to 4chan trying to fucking brigade.
Like, again, it's a very odd ecosystem. There's a lot of like very educated people on 4chan who would probably just take a look at their argument first and be like, "You're a dipshit."
I agree with that, Estrella. Estrella said, legit, I know it's all fun and games, but tankies have made left Twitch such a different place. Legit, I'm used to tankies and their messages, but it's kind of hard to recruit people to the left on Twitch when these batshit people exist.
And this is why I've been telling Kaya that we should pivot away from being like explicit. Oh, I got my first hate message.
Yay! Hang on.
Good job.
You libtard piece of shit are disappearing everywhere. Cry like a useless sack of piss, dickhead, wasteman, and Americans are the dumbest people on the planet. Fuck yourself.
Gecko, they are a tanky. Feel privileged that you are getting DMs from them. Feel free to block them and report them or whatever. I mean, I'm not going to tell you explicitly to do it, but feel free to do it if they're sending you like hate messages and telling you to like commit self-harm.
It's against TOS.
Yeah.
They should be removed from the platform.
That's, I mean, you know, but yeah, it's a tanky. Neko said the cuck fucking blocked me.
But yeah, but back to what I was saying is that this is why I think that like Kai and other like left Twitch streamers that are genuinely interested in recruiting should move away from being an explicitly political stream and just be like a nice hangout space where it's like, oh, the guy just happens to be like an anarchist or a socialist, and it's like if you want to talk about like their beliefs, you can. Like I think that's the smartest move to go if you're still serious about using Twitch as a place to like convert people.
Which is what we've been doing. By the way, we're not in politics, by the way. We're in just chatting.
Buried within the bowels of just chatting.
Sorry, no, pastry. I forgot. I should not give you your proper.
Yeah, his fucking pastry.
I'm not gonna even give you the satisfaction to type to you, but if you want to answer me this question, I would love to hear your personal take for this. Why do you think you deserve heavy ordnance weaponry as a means and a right for everyone to defend yourself? Like, why do you think you deserve a tank in your front yard?
Neko, I sent you an invite to the Discord server as the first, like that link I sent you. Click that and you can join the Discord server and put them in shared content like everybody else is doing. Yeah, I know, right, Estrella? Like,
Oh, he's just gonna swear at me.
okay, so Sweet is saying, never mind, Bad Empanada isn't in denial, my bad.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank God, Jesus.
Himself, it shouldn't. It should actually say just chatting. Let me check it. I'll double check.
Inviting them in right now.
No, it's just chatting.
Good news, everyone. Harmony 3.0 sex robot with self-lubricating vagina will be released in time for Christmas.
Nice.
Yay!
I'm with it.
Premarital?
No. Less non-social people doing dangerous things.
No, really, that's what it is. I'm fine with it. I'm okay with this.
We're non-binary. Where'd you send that? Oh, is that the dude beaten and tortured? Is that the shared content? Which, by the way, shared content. All right, so that is. I'm gonna keep your. I have to, some of these, sometimes I have to do nicknames. So I'm just adding your Twitch username onto your Sailor username just so I can keep track of that, because I was wondering who the fuck Sailor was there for a moment. And okay, Neko, I will shoot you another invite link. And then we can go from there. Where's my fucking, there's that thing. Where's the thing I'm looking for? There you go. Check your whispers, Neko. Yes, exactly. Americans waste man. So copy pasta from Pastry, and Estrella responded back, "Oh, thanks, heart emoji. That's legit so sweet. You know, times have been really tough right now, but this really cheered me up." And Pastry said, "Cry more," and then blocked Estrella. Let's see. Okay, so if epilogue is I'm assuming that's you, Neko.
I honestly feel like I don't hate tankies that much if they're willing to try and defend their beliefs. Like, they're wrong, but like if they're willing, that isn't just like screaming, then like I'm okay.
No,
so, like,
I've crossed the Rubicon on that one.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I once upon a time, like maybe a couple of months ago, I would be in your shoes. I would be in that position, like, you know, but no. At this point, like, look, I'll have the conversation, but I'm going into it with the exact same tonality and expectations that I would have if I were to talk to somebody who was literally wearing like a swastika armband. I have to characterize them that way. You belong to a political or ideological group that actively calls for large amounts of death and suffering. So,
it's no coincidence that Mussolini made the jump from the Socialist Party to creating a fascist offshoot, the same way that what's his first name? Oswald in Great Britain. Mostly Oswald emerged from the labor movement. Yeah, no, they're the Red Browns have been a thing for a century.
Yeah.
Hi, Swede.
Hello. Would you like to touch my butt?
Very much so.
Yes, but I don't want anything to do with the pork.
Ooh, spicy.
Let's see. I had a conversation with a tanky for more than a week on China and Uyghurs, and it only centered on how Muslims are all extremists and need to be saved from their religion. I've interacted with enough to not even engage anymore, says Estrella. And yeah, Estrella was saying to you, Karina, oh, you haven't met enough tankies.
I'll take
I mean,
you.
that's the thing is that like, there's a reason why they go on and on and on about all these fucking like atrocities that have happened throughout history. You know, if they can justify that, then they've pretty much like created like the perfect out for themselves to be able to like carry out whatever the fuck they want to do. It's just that sort of thing where it's just at some point for these people, it's just about like stacking bodies.
When you bring up Che's journal entry where he talks about enjoying the view of the life leaving somebody's body as he shoots them, and they go, yeah, whatever. It's like, yeah, you're not worth talking to anymore.
Yeah, Estrella said the memes about the death and suffering are what pisses Estrella off. Welcome, Donkey. And hey there, Donkey. Fucking Donkey Venom. This is a solid username. I like it. I respect it. Be over. Weren't you supposed to be going to bed or something? The other day, a reporter wanted something I said useful and informative online for an article, asked if he could credit me. Now I'm quoted in a syndicated newspaper. I think it's every Hearst paper. Oh, weird. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Hearst, like, you know, the Patty 1974 radical. No, I knew as soon as you said every Hearst paper. Jesus Christ. Well, that's a thing. Be over. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, interesting. Non-binary got a job as a sailor on a sailing boat. Rock the fuck on.
Sail away.
Oh, I just, you know, well, that was the tanky report. That was the tanky section of tonight's program.
And now for something completely different.
I can't help them. I mean, you know, what can I do? I can't give them like 4 years of cognitive behavioral therapy and medication through a parasocial relationship, right? Like, I can't help heal their alienation. I can't, like, it's the same thing with conspiracy theorists, QAnoners, alt-righters. It's the same thing.
Well, that's the thing. Like, that's what comes with a feeling of helplessness. It's an attempt to reconquer some agency through a radical group.
Betray, what are you?
Who?
I mean,
it's just shit.
Well,
I got. Okay, freeze in Gulag. Oh no, it's a copy pasta. My God. No.
Neko. Yeah, I don't know why you delete. Was that an accident on Neko Girl, Mitre? Yeah, put it in shared content. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. I understand why he went after Lefty.
Oh, that's a whoops, sorry situation.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I had a question. Why do Nazis right now still hate the Jews? Like, what's their reasoning? The only thing I found is the entire control the world conspiracy. Yeah, sorry about that, Lefty. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Well,
yeah, no.
Kind of a lot of it, really.
It was just, you know, it's just some stuff. Don't worry about it. Nobody, you're both fine. Let's see. So, yeah, why Nazis right now still hate the Jews? What's their reason? I mean, for the same reasons they hated them before. I mean, it hasn't changed. The reasoning really hasn't changed, quite frankly. It's the same control the world scheme. It's the same, like, quote-unquote mutt blood shit. It's the same fucking, you know, yeah. They're just...
I'm gonna repeat myself. It's a shit that dates to the Byzantine Empire. They had a beef with Persia, and they, like, as a Christian nation, like, theologically so, they had a feeling, yeah, the Jews, they crucified Christ, they're not on our side, they're going to be infiltrators for the other side, and so on and so on. It's a trope that is thousands of years old.
And yeah, and as Casual said, it's just reusing old bigotry against them. It's convenience.
Okay, so the whole thing is based on a conspiracy theory? Well, there's more to it than that. Like when you look at the like tenets of like
Hey, Bay Station.
Yep. Like it, it just
they
there's
need
a lot
them.
More
they actually need them. That's the truest irony of the situation, is that they need them.
Yeah. When you look at like fascism, a lot of it can just be boiled down to like there's a hierarchy that's being threatened, and thus we can justify these horrible things because of it. And it's just an eternal war of trying to realize set of hierarchies in the world. That's ultimately what it boils down to.
Bay Station, do you think it's more possible to de-radicalize a tanky or de-radicalize a Nazi? And Swede went in immediately. Easier to de-rad a Nazi.
Personally, well, my thing is like I think they're both equally difficult to de-rad.
I think they're the same.
Nazis.
Yeah, I know. I think they're just. I think you're engaging in the same exercise.
Yeah.
The contradictions though of fascism, I think, are easier to point out.
Yeah. But, I mean, look, they're also a lot more intuitive, though. Like it's a lot easier to find yourself, like if you've never had like a political education, at least in this country, to like find yourself with like fascistic leanings, patriotism, a belonging to a race or ethnic group. These are very common phenomena like across the world, and it's just like it's a lot easier to find yourself in that line of thought.
Oh my god. Neko really did just kind of break them. Like, that's hilarious. Fucking Pastry was sending all this copy pasta over to Neko, and Neko just starts throwing the same stuff back about how, like, you're the biggest cuck on earth. No, you're the biggest cuck, dumbass bitch. Brain dead cancer. No, you're a dumbass bitch. You useless prick off the gulag, get dipshit. You're a brain dead cancer. Fucking, like, it just sending the same stuff back.
I feel bad.
That's
like the thing is when problem with fascist, it has to do with your education, your like what you've been told since birth. If you've never questioned like whiteness, nationalism, colonialism, and so on and so forth, it's going to be hard. It's like how you've been raised. On the other hand, a tanky is someone who has done the work themselves. They have converted. Like there are no tanky household in the West. I'm pretty sure. Like
I'm gonna say there's probably one, but
there might be a few, but they're few and far between.
Yes.
So I think it's like, having had both of these tendencies, I say both are hard to like. It takes a lot of time to revert a nationalist, because you will.
I mean, it's like a huge part of their identity a lot of the time. Like, it's who they are.
Yeah, but it's the same with Tanky, but it's when you've done the travel yourself, when you there's some education that comes with becoming a Tanky, right?
Estrella, yeah, those are the Axis talks.
I found that the fascist Nazis, with their identity, with the nationalism and everything, they act a lot like the religious when they hang on to the identity as they begin to deconstruct. It's along the same level of, that's my identity, who am I without it?
I mean,
Yep.
And a lot of that, and a lot of why they resort to those identities is just due to like alienation. Like, you know, like it's a lot easier to just say, fuck it, I'll just wave a flag around and be like super dedicated to the nation state.
Again, they're the same as the alt-right. They just are. It's the same process that they undergo.
It's lonely, angry fucking people.
Intense
just
young
have
man.
nothing going on
Yeah,
in their life.
intense young men, exactly. Donkey, Derek Vineyard, Nazi or Tanky, technically neo-Nazi. For those of you who don't know, inspiration for American History X and the character, the antagonist, I mean anti-hero, how we would characterize Derek Vineyard in American History X, because there is a redemption arc of sorts. Either way, the primary character in American History X, Derek Vineyard, neo-Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah, Nazi.
Yeah, exactly. Based Asian comrade. I've had experiences where Nazi chuds call me China virus, and tankies try to take the opportunity of anti-Asian hate to recruit me to support the CCP.
Sounds about right. But that's what I'm saying is like that they know how alienation exists, function, works, and thus use it to recruit for their cause.
We need a queer pirate military again. Non-binary. It would be an interesting time. And you're quite welcome, Donkey. The most I've pissed off a tanky is when I sent a legit message asking if they were doing all right. Momo did that. Holy shit. And how it's hard not to have a community and they were still welcome. Like I said, most pissed off I've ever seen a tanky. Also kept sending, you don't me. You don't me. Momo said that to somebody one night that came over from one of my raids and said, she said something along the lines of, you seem like you're not doing okay. Do you want to talk about it? They went off. They snapped. It was the funniest goddamn meltdown ever. Like, that seems to be like a trigger for them if you show legitimate, sincere concern for them.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because they think we are as aggressive as they are. Because they have to. Otherwise, what they believe in is pointless.
Yes.
We have to be as aggressive and as evil as they are, or it doesn't make sense.
Wither, not off the top of my head, actually. I've never gotten into the fiction area of that. I'll look into it, though, for you, Wither.
I'm sure like some video games got that shit going on.
Yeah, a little bit.
As much as I'd love to stay around the whole night, though, I do actually have work tomorrow.
Loser.
Yeah, take care of yourself. It's already late.
Love you,
Yeah,
Karina.
you stay safe.
Take care of yourself.
Nice talking to you. Have a nice one.
Love you, chat.
Yes, Lefty, that's about par for the course. Yeah. Feel free to, report them. It's a TOS violation if you want.
Do not be afraid. You don't have to endure it if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's calling me a Nazi. Sounds about right. Donkey, basically a few people that aren't allowed on the channel due to their violent, hateful rhetoric, are DMing people right now. One of them isn't anymore because they already lost their account real time. Good job on that one, dude. Twitch's action group is actually on top of it recently. Like I've been surprised. Like the last month, they've been on top of their game.
They must have a night crew of sorts.
Yeah. So yeah, Donkey, that's what's happening. Wait. All right. None of that is a lesbian flag. So is it this that you're talking about? Non-binary? Because if it's this, what it says is labor creates all wealth.
Yes.
And then that one, yeah, okay, so that's labor creates all wealth. That one is about, I told him I want to suck his dick and he called me a faggot. Fair enough, Lefty. You know what? Okay, so this one over here is about the Battle of Blair Mountain, which is the first time that the U.S. military did an aerial bombardment of something, and it was against our own people. It was miners in West Virginia, and it's an interesting incident to look into. And then up here, right there specifically, is one of my personal heroes, but this one is about the White Rose Society. and there is Sophie Scholl. And she very infamously held her head up high after being a anti-Nazi propagandist, walking to the guillotine, said that it's a lovely day outside. It's terrible that I have to go. But yeah, no, it was noted in her her execution papers and her court records, even by the people who, like the Nazis. They were impressed by how much of a badass and how much honor and dignity she approached the entire situation with. Personal hero. So yeah. Let's see. So there you go. That's what's behind me. And those are a series of like layered art pieces that were done for another friend that I then came to own and possess or whatever through multi-tiered gifting processes basically over the years. And I'm quite a fan of them because they sort of remind me they sort of evoke an Invader Zim sort of art style, and I quite enjoy them. So that's what those are. And then that is my towel, because Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, never go anywhere without your towel. And in fact, there is a gray 42 on that black towel. So, yes. And though you can't see it, let's see. Trying to get the angle up there behind the names is where I hang all of the gloves and hats and sort of things like that. And there may or may not be a balaclava in that pile. So that's a thing. Hey, Duffy. Yeah. So, there you go. I only watched the movie. Zooey Deschanel. It is legitimately my favorite book series, period. It just, Douglas Adams scratches an itch in my brain. Yeah, Coffee Man can. The fact that you put trilogy up like that, it informs me. That's it's a trilogy in 5 books technically. Which if you understand Douglas Adams' sense of humor and you really dig the Hitchhiker's Guide, you understand why that is just amazing, brilliant, hilarious. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Bad Birdie. And subsequent, Restaurant at the End of the Universe and such and such. Yeah. Fair enough, Bad Birdie. It's okay. Do I like PJW? Who the fuck is PJW? The only thing I'm thinking of is that douchebag.
Yeah, I was thinking Paul Joseph Watson.
Yeah, that's the only person that sprung to mind at seeing PJW was Watson. In which case, no.
Oh, well, yeah, that's just who. Yeah, no. Resounding no.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna get a pretty much panel-wide no on that one.
I don't know. I guess he is kind of funny in a weird way.
Oh, god damn it!
If you just want to see crazy, that's probably one of the better places to go.
Oh, sweet. Sweet is having fun with pastry too.
Yeah, well, he's a Breitbart correspondent, so that says everything you have to know about the guy.
He used to work with Alex Jones or some shit too?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I thought that was him.
Yeah, he's from that crew. And then he just got so much worse.
Oh, this is great. Swedes having fun with pastry. There is no genocide, no matter how much you imply exists, you dumb fuck, double space, all capitals, no apostrophe or punctuation here on out. Urea, scumbag, white, chauvinist, cry, authoritarian, one more time, motherfucker. And Swede just replies back, you sound fun. And pastry with a comma, starting off the sentence because reasons. Fuck punch your face and burn you. Sweet. Oh, kinky. Hey man, on a serious note, if you need someone to talk to, I can be there for you. This much anger isn't good for you. End yourself. Kill yourself, nobody will miss you. Stop stealing my oxygen. You all clown, fuck you. Offer still stands. Everyone needs an ear sometime. Stop attacking us and nobody will suffer. I think you have something, I think you have, I think you have some misguided anger and need some help. Do you need assistance in finding help? Are you a psychologist? You dumb fuck! All screaming. And then Squeed just replies back, it's not your fault. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody needs to put these to metal songs. This coffee man.
Right? You got your work cut out for you.
Neko. Neko reported him under concern for well-being.
No.
I mean, that's not the wrong
It's not
thing to do.
wrong. Yeah, that's the... And then Viva's got one as well. Scummiest thing on the planet, copy pasta. Viva, who hurt you? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Just ask him, man. Sounds like a cry for help. No, shut up. Well, just offering. Bo is a FBI COINTEL pro glowy and a human trafficker.
Thank you, Central Committee, for that. God damn it.
He is funded by Silicon Valley. Mike may be CIA, yes, but Bo is FBI. Viva, if that's true, I hope they plant some more guys like him. Urea dumbass. These motherfuckers never use apostrophes where they're supposed to. They just space everything. I don't know what the fuck this is about. Urea dumbass. Then. And Viva just goes, why? Because he's a lib shit. The only good thing, all one word by the way, good thing. The only good thing he did was the collab with Mexi? I don't know. And then just goes back to all capitals, dumbass bitch, comma starting a sentence. You useless prick off to gulag dipshit freeze in Siberia. Your shithead, Y-O-U-R by the way. Your shithead will turn into pulp. Space, comma, no space, fuck, punch your face and burn you, space, period. Best grammar. Just deep.
Okay, who's CC and who's BOTFC?
What's the thing?
Central Committee and Bo, the fifth column. Okay, so Bo has like some smuggling charges. Last I checked.
Oh,
Like-
yeah, it's visa violation. We looked into it. Somebody sent us the documents. Like, it's for real. Like, he was a part of an organization that helped forge documents and smuggle people into the country. In the hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah. He only caught like 7 charges for it though.
Yeah, but my thing is like it doesn't seem like he was this like fucking like human trafficker in the way that like the what's his face Central Committee was like making him out to be.
No, he was more of a coyote.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was more
someone
his game.
providing a service. It was a fucked up service, mind you, and obviously it's not clean, but you know, it's not the worst thing you could do.
Well, the thing I've spotted is it's yeah, he was a spook, like a mercenary, and yeah, he did a bad thing. It was partially funded apparently by the Russians. He did time. Give him a break.
Lefty.
Well, that's
Never.
what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't seem like he just doesn't like Central Committee was making him out to be like this fucking like human like scumbag trafficker that was like abusing people and shit, and it's just like, dude, come the fuck on. You need to grow up.
Oh my god, that's brilliant. Pastry sent you're a moron dipshit Yankees are the most return on earth fuck off prick turd useless sack of piss to premarital. Premarital is Argentinian.
Okay, to be fair, he is a white Argentinian.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's not a grammar Nazi when the grammar's that bad. Look, you don't start a sentence with a comma. That's not how things work. And by the way, Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. You are your. All right? It's Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. These motherfuckers never use the apostrophe there. I don't know what the deal is. I'm just going to get that out there. Apparently, they're still hate watching. So while they're hate watching, let's have a minor grammar lesson here. The word is a contraction of you are. You are a scumbag. You are a cuck, right? Like, this is what you're trying to say. Your. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. For the love of God.
I got blocked finally. I offered to find them, you know, some phone numbers for them to call for help, and I can no longer whisper them.
Aw. Did many of the people he helped smuggling get deported? Django, I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. Crazy Mark, are they okay? Generally, are they okay? No, tankies are not okay. They're not well. They're in that same camp as, like, alt-righters. You like, QAnon. Like, no, they're not well.
They're really... Well, I mean, that's the thing, is, like, it's just...
They've been taken advantage of.
Yeah, it's the tale as old as time. Get a bunch of angry, lonely dudes together, and they're gonna fuck some shit up. Give them a purpose. Give them a reason to fight. They'll do it. That's funny. Premarital got a message from Pastry saying, sorry, Argentina's base, but he didn't unblock her.
You're such a... Oh my god, that's so sad.
You gotta stick to it once you've made the insult, you fuckhead. I know you're still watching.
Yeah.
Don't fucking backtrack like that. Say that she's, like, corrupted by, like, the CIA or whatever.
Yeah. Own it. Lean into it.
You've betrayed your people or something to that effect.
Oh,
You're right.
yeah, Wither, Pastry from the other day is fucking still, like, hate whispering people and shit. Yeah.
That's must be the hobby.
Premarital. Call me a CIA drone daddy.
Well, he's yelling at people on the internet a hobby. It's not healthy.
I mean, it's not a great hobby. I mean, I usually, like, look, you can have a hobby that's fucking whatever, I suppose, but I think the best hobbies are usually the ones that are, like, productive or creative in some way, right? Like, you know, hiking, it's healthy, right?
Have you considered that as ableist, Kai?
Well, I mean, for fuck's sake, you can have a productive or creative hobby that isn't physically active. Read a goddamn book.
Paint more figurines.
I mean,
see, but, like, have you considered that you shouldn't be... I don't know, something about your worth shouldn't be tied to how productive you are or something to that effect? I don't fucking know what, like, the discourse is these days.
Have you considered that a hobby of screaming hateful and violent rhetoric at people online isn't really a hobby?
I know.
And copy-pasting insults. At least be creative with your insults.
That's
like,
yeah. This is
like,
recycling out, like, telling people they're cucks. Like, it's a right-wing move. Like, just do your own thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, take it as a creative writing exercise. Stop being lazy and copy and pasting shit. Like, all right, fine. Your hobby is screaming hateful, violent things at people online, but bring some creativity to it. Bring something fresh, right? Why do you have to copy and paste stuff? Like, you know, take a few moments. You don't have to just, like, you know, slam your keyboard and be sitting there going, you know, in like some sort of masturbatory exercise. Like, you know, savor it. You know, create some new portmanteaus and contractions. Like, you know, bring something to the game at least.
Well, to be fair, they have creative grammar.
I mean, is it creative or is it just lazy? But, you know, what do you think of leftists blasting the Soviet anthem? I think it's fucking cringe as shit.
It really is, dude.
I'm against tanky ideology, but I gotta admit, old communist music from China and Russia were bangers. I mean, okay, I get that. But if you're trying to make a political statement and you're blasting like, fucking the Soviet anthem and shit like that, meanwhile you're ignoring all of the atrocities that Soviet Russia committed and you're actively arguing that Stalin is a wonderful human being and never did any wrong, like, all right, back of the line.
See, here's what you motherfuckers need to do if you want to actually start being like hipstery about it. Just listen to shit from like the late Soviet eras. Get into Kino and shit. Like, come on, there's fucking Soviet music outside of like fucking revolutionary Russia.
Yeah, Kino's good. Kat introduced me to Kino. It's fucking good music.
It is. Good message too. Good people.
Yeah. Myolurk said
probably actually.
Myolurk had a fun experiment with tankies and MLs. Ask them to explain dialectics to you. You don't have to drop the A word yet. Just act genuinely interested for a little while and then start reframing it back and cause and effect.
Can you fucking chill your pants? My God.
So, if you want late Soviet and early Russian great stuff, Vitas is a great one.
Vitas is another good one. Also, V2. If you want like something a little bit more like hip hop oriented, you can get into like stuff like Detzel and shit. Like there's a lot of stuff out there.
I think Vitas has the greatest vocal range of any human on Earth.
That would actually have to go to Dimash Kudaibergenov.
Premarital, I adore you. Pastry said, "Don't send me nudes or you're a degenerate." And Premarital goes, "What the fuck does this mean? He's breaking up with me?"
Oh no. Is this the first breakup in the community?
I think it's the first breakup in the community.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, Seventh Element is a fucking banger, Joe. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Mako, it's just the way it goes. And Asian, based Asian, I'd actually rather listen to the Internationale over the Soviet anthem. That's my biggest issue with chuds and Nazi trolls are just trolls. Their incredible lack of creativity. It's kind of embarrassing. We've long said on this channel that the biggest sin that one could commit was being boring. Right? We've had tankies and Nazis and eugenicists and just hateful, violent fucks of all sorts. But the thing that pisses us off the most and like gets you banned the quickest is usually just being boring. Be creative.
Yeah, if you're gonna insult us, do it right, you know?
Fair enough, based Asian. I'll stick to my boomer music like Rage Against the Machine.
That's fair.
And Heart Joe, yes, the Seventh Element is fucking awesome. And it's also so very Russian in its out of this world video.
It's just so simple too.
When China's more creative than tankies, at least they invented a fake French journalist to troll with.
What?
Oh, did you not hear about this?
I haven't.
Oh yeah, it was fucking news. The China ran some like article in one of the they featured it on the state television channel in an opinion piece by a French journalist refuting the Uyghur genocide, and the French journalist was completely fabricated. Just made him up.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Why French?
What
kind of branding exercise they were indulging in?
Well, I mean, and my point was, like, look, if your shit is on the up and up, right? Like, there's no Uyghur genocide happening, right? That's the line that you're trying to push, at least. Why'd you have to fabricate a journalist to do it? Like, that for me immediately tells me, like, okay, so if you fabricated a journalist to promote a story about how there's no Uyghur genocide, my first thought is there's Uyghur genocide happening. Like, that's immediately where my brain goes to, is like, why'd you fabricate a journalist? Like, that's super suspicious.
And like when it started cropping it on the internet saying, yeah, but China is genociding people. Yeah, we've known this since Tibet. It's not new. Why do you what's the exercise in denying that China is indulging in genocide? I mean.
Oh yeah, right. We know that's the newest line that all the tankies are towing. That let's see. Hang on. It is we actually have we have a command for this. All right, so I'm thinking it wasn't plural, right? Yes. It's not happening. It's imperialist propaganda. We've moved past that point, by the way. If it is happening, it's not that bad. We've moved past that one, by the way. If it is that bad, it's for their own good. And if it wasn't for their own good, then they had it coming. All right? So we're right around there at this point. And if they didn't have it coming, you've done worse is always a part of the line that tankies push.
Yeah, we're seeing that already. It's like China, America has done like shit in the middle. Like they're already kind of there too. Also, to answer your based Asian comrade, Killer Mike is like a huge Luis Farrakhan fan, and he spoke at length about how he wants to combat capitalism as it currently exists with black capitalism. Like he's very much like,
hey, you know what? You know what's good? We should get rid of the hierarchy and replace it with another hierarchy. Good job.
Like he's an interesting fellow when you start breaking down some of his beliefs on it.
It's got some good rhymes, though.
On your own point. Yeah, that's actually correct. Correct.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, it is also just kind of true. Killer Mike is complicated, but he's good people. I don't know. I go back and forth with him. I think he's...
Don't know enough about the man to say whether he's good people or not, but I do know he's, put down some decent rhymes over his career, so that's about as much as I know about the guy outside of his kind of questionable politics.
I mean, my thing is that he just, like, there's a lot of it just, like, kind of... Well, I go back and forth because, like, I think a lot of right-wingers are too dumb to recognize that he's kind of on their side just because they're so, like, vehemently racist. But, like, ultimately, he doesn't really, like, substantively critique, like, right-wing ideology.
Well, he's a landlord, so...
Oh god, did you see that shit fight? Who that fucking J person was that I posted? Holy fuck, that was a great take. It was
Astria, we have Interpol.
Who the fuck is Jay Versace on Twitter, by the way? Who the fuck is this person? Does anybody know? Like, why are they like anybody? Is my question.
Are they from the actual, like, Versace dynasty?
No, I don't believe so. But yeah, it's they threw up a fucking tweet that was special. Please stop putting people behind white. Let's start dehumanizing that species. Yeah. Bunch of fucking retweets and likes.
Yep.
Like, oof.
Also, let me put it like this, Rai87. Killer Mike is more neoliberal than he is Sockdom. Like, he does support, like, certain, like, welfare states and, like, worker initiatives, but he's not exactly, like, on board with, like, unionization or worker zones owning the means of production. I mean, he's, like, literally stated that, like, the way black people should, like, find their way out of poverty is to, like, strengthen masculinity in the black family and then, like, also just become bank owners. Like, unironically, just...
Oh, yeah, I've heard the bank owner thing.
Yeah, and also just, like, that sort of shit.
Oh, we got more from pastry to premarital. Fucking Kurva. Isn't that Polish? So what?
Yeah, it's actually just like a bunch of Slavic languages.
Thought you were Moldovan, Romanian, Russian. We use it here as well. We also speak Russian, you idiot. And
they do.
Premarital said, "Can you read?" Like, Romanian, Russian. Like, now fuck off. Gotta drink Samagon. Bitch. Yeah. You're the big. You're the biggest cuck on earth again. And then a bunch of fucking. Called premarital a Yankee again.
I like it.
Oh no, and then no, there's the response. Fucking sorry, Argentina is based. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. Most Eastern Slavs hate Soviet communism. They do.
Just wondering if I have to go to the fucking bathroom and reposition this contact. I'll be back. Hold down the fucking fort.
All right. Well, we've taken over the stream, boys. What's the first decree? All right. Well, it's my stream now. All right, boys. Also, 1350 is a fucking meme. It really is. It's also just like stupidly like reductive. Every fucking Nazi on Twitter uses it. Yeah, it is.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, like isn't it like if they were being accurate, isn't it like 1336 or some shit like that?
Yeah, it's not.
Like it's still bullshit, but like it's going down. Like even from the FBI statistics.
That PragerU video was full mask off. Of course it was.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised by that.
I mean, here's the thing. If like I just walked in this, but if you even bring up the 1350 thing without like immediately making fun of people who bring up the 1350 thing, I have like a ton of suspicions about you. Like right out of the gate. Like it's like you mentioned 1350 and I'm like, "Oh. All right. What's going to come next?" Cuz it's a super Why? Because it's a bad faith, contextless, purposeful lack of nuanced argument to shield a racist rhetoric.
Yeah, it's like pointing at what's going on in the Middle East and just being like, yeah, it looks like Islam did this. It's like we're just going to ignore the sanctions, the drawn borders by foreign nations, the invention of a country that may or may not be legitimate, the bombing of innocent civilians back in the Stone Age. Yeah, just ignore all of that. It was just Islam. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the thing, is that like, in order to agree with that, you wouldn't bring up 1350 on its own, because it's like, you know, it doesn't mean anything on its own. Statistics mean nothing without context. A lot of the time, they also have to be other statistics involved to like actually bring up that context.
Oh yeah, this is just a PolitiFact fucking breakdown of it. Yeah.
I mean, my thing is that like even if we did just assume that it's true, like 1350, we just don't question the narrative whatsoever, like we'd still have to like look into like why that is, as opposed to just like throwing that out on its own, because it doesn't mean anything.
Fister didn't even know that statistic. I had to look it up. Well, it's a highly American centric talking point. So
yeah. Okay, casual. We're talking about rates, though. That's what we're talking about. Like, obviously, the majority. Like, why do I have to explain math?
Dude, I had to fucking explain literal basic math one night. I remember that fucking conversation of like literal division.
That's what I'm about to do.
Yeah, like literal division. I remember that fucking conversation where it was, you know, I had to explain how you get a fucking, you know, a percentage out of something by doing, you know, division. I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm explaining like elementary school math all of a sudden. Like, this is not
that's what I was about to do. Is that, like, I was about to explain how like a demographic could be more violent without committing the majority of a crime. Like, this is just like basic math and statistics, like fractions and shit.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, Estrella. I mean, Estrella especially. Like, there's a couple of people here that are privy to stuff, that are firmly aware of how badly our science literacy is going in this country. Let's just say there's other channels that are leftist, like auth-left channels on Twitch that are falling down the sacred geometry, spirit science, conspiracy hole basically as we speak. That, you know, getting into arguments with the Fermilab, or attempting to get into arguments with the Fermilab Twitter account, and debating physics with with people at the Fermilab. Like, are you shitting me? Like, you know what? I think I know more than Stephen Hawking. I'm going to get into an argument with him. Like, what are you doing? Like, but according to Plato's sacred geometry, sit down, you child. Like, we have such a poor educational program in this country, purposefully, mind you, that it is, I see people fall victim to this shit. They fall down these, like, entry level, by the way, spirit science and sacred geometry. Sacred geometry is like your introductory program to Jews rule the world and their secret lizard people. And there's like a space laser that's tracking your everyday movement. This is how you end up at that position. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. I've witnessed it in my own life, even. I have had people I've had to push out of my life because of these very fucking reasons. That sacred geometry shit is like the entry door to all of the other hardcore conspiracy theories that are absolutely destructive and batshit crazy.
And if you don't know about it, secret, like, it's new age shit where, well...
Yes, Kid Cody.
I'm guessing what you're, like, pointing at is it's something that trains you to see patterns, triangles, and shit, and think that the Illuminati, like, rule the world because you see basic architectural trends and convert them. Oh, yeah, that's a Illuminati symbol, and... Oh shit!
It's natural. It's human nature to look for patterns. It's hardwired into us.
Yeah.
And it can be taken advantage of. And I just want to say to that one kid, Cody, yes, you did just find Tony Hawk's brother on Twitch. Welcome. I'll be sure to. You are far from the first person. I mean, I don't even think you're like. I think we're in triple digits now, probably.
Probably.
But
like
Tony Hawk's cool people as long as you're not trying to marry him. Yeah.
Honestly, Lefty, I think for educational purposes, you should just come on the air because it's like I don't think chat's like actually equipped to do this. Half of chat's like going anti-intellectual, and the other is just like denying reality.
Let's see.
Like, one's just like statistics are all fake, and the other one's just like not understanding statistics. And it's just like, God damn it.
Not these days, Cody. Not these days. And besides, I was never a skateboarder. My stuff was always, well, far more extreme actually than skateboards. But rock climbing, whitewater rafting, rappelling, skydiving. These are the ways that I decided to injure myself. Yeah. But skiing, these sorts of things. I did do competitive inline for a beat, sourcing. I was pretty good on like I suck when I'm on a singular board, like skateboard, surfboard, snowboard. Like, if I have to put both my feet on a uniform single device, I'm fucked. But as long as I can split my feet, I'm actually pretty good. And, you know, inline was just ice skating on roads and shit like that. And I grew up in Vermont, skis and ice skating, stuff like that was just second nature to me. So.
See, but like Lefty, which, again, it comes back to we have to look at the source of the problem, which is cultures can inform people of their decisions, but it's like, where does the culture come from? Like, you know?
Oh, Cody, he gets married like every 7 to 10 years. He can't hang on to a life to save his life.
Which, I mean, hey, respect it.
You know, you do you. Yeah, as long as you're not trying to marry the dude, he's one of the coolest people on the planet. But if you're marrying him, just know that you may be replaced with a newer model.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. Sorry to hear that, Gecko.
Right, well, that's my point. Then you would have to then like, your previous statement is null and void. Like, culture isn't the cause if you can understand that the culture comes from, like, pre-existing racism. Like, culture isn't the problem, then. The societal conditions that led to that culture becoming a thing in the first place are the problem.
Oh, yeah, non-binary, yeah. We're well aware of the, 500 million Facebook hack thing. Fucking. Oh, shit, Swede posted. Swede, you know better. This shit goes into shared content.
What do you do?
He put into the comments the picture of his butt.
Nice.
Looks good.
Put it on there.
All right. So we're going to put a picture of Irish Swede's butt on air, just so everybody knows. Just a heads up.
Yeah. It's pretty fucking sweet.
You can't blame old Tony for new Tony. Every 7 years, all cells in the human body have changed, so you can't blame old Tony for new Tony. It's a pork butt, will you? It's a pork butt.
Okay, Lefty, just say it, and then we'll do the thing. Just fucking, let's just do this. I got nothing better to do.
Bad birdie. There's a rubbed pork butt that is resting, so the rub actually sets up on it prior to going into a smoker. Sourcing. Funny.
They talk about smokers in the kitchen, but I never hear about the Joker and the Midnight Toker.
Well, it's 3:21 a.m. here, and I've had 2 violent, angry tankies, and some questionable stuff at present. So I'm thinking I've been fiddling with the vape pen in the background, and I didn't get to smoke on stream the other day. It was after stream that I actually started toking. Even though everybody kept accusing me of already being high, I was perfectly sober. But yeah, I'm thinking we gotta move that. What is cinnamon bread turkey though? That's a fair question. I don't know why you keep tagging me, Lefty. I'm not even in this conversation. You need to tag Cat. I checked out of this fucking conversation at 13:50.
Yeah. Well, that's my thing. Is it just seems like Lefty's halfway down the propaganda pipeline and is starting to bite the bullet. It just seems like he hasn't really thought too much about these positions.
So,
I don't see how more police, increasing the problem of single mother households and shit, and further depriving economic opportunity from areas is going to lead to less crime down the line.
Lefty,
it seems to. Yeah.
Here you're okay. So I will address this, and then I'm gonna fucking take a rip and be entirely too high. All right. So I'm gonna do this. All right. We're gonna do this. This is your comment. So I think we need to mass police areas. 1, anarchist here. mass policing an area is super problematic given the history, which, by the way, I've done a fucking podcast episode on the origins of and problems with policing in North America and how their origins of policing find their roots in northern North America in union busting and working for big business. And in the South, in slave patrols. So mass policing an area is super problematic to start with, but let's forward even further. Mass police areas filled with crime, mostly black places, and there's evidence that the presence of police prevents crime and puts more criminals in jail too. All right, here's an idea. What is the root cause of crime? Did you ever ask that? It's poverty. Poverty is the number one corollary for crime rates within an area. Now, here's an interesting question. Why are those mostly, your words, mostly black places so filled with poverty? Interesting. Now, let's look at American history. Let's look back to, I don't know, the FDR and the New Deal. Let's look to things like redlining. And now we can fast forward and we can add context and nuance to our conversation. We can start to understand how we created a situation where there were deserts of opportunity and poverty within the inner city, where white people vacated out to the suburbs, got low interest, almost sometimes no interest house loans and business loans. And we vacated the schools, divorcing our property taxes from the inner city schools, creating a vacuum of educational processes there. We defunded the schools. We defunded the businesses. We created a situation where there was a literal desert of opportunity and poverty. This creates the circumstances for higher criminality rates. And then we utilize a prison industrial complex that literally has an unbroken chain stretching back to slavery in this country all the way to now, where we still have a 13th Amendment that literally legalizes slavery in this country in instances of criminal conviction. And then we ask ourselves, hey, we created a situation where brown and black people are left in areas that are defunded, de-educated, and rife with poverty. And then we have a system that literally profits and benefits from levels of criminality that we know are directly correlated to rates of poverty. And then you bring up something like 1350. Unironically. And then you talk about how we need to mass police these areas. No. We need to talk about systemic and restorative changes to these areas. We need to talk about restoring education and opportunities to these areas. We need to talk about reducing the police presence and in fact increasing things like social workers and work and business opportunities and creating funds for small business ownership opportunities in these areas. We need to talk about philosophy and theory, not nightsticks and bullets. I am now going to toke off my vape pen. It is indica. I'm going to get high. That was my response.
Amazing.
Yes.
Lefty, feel free to present that evidence. I'm sure it will hold up to vigorous scrutiny.
Yeah. Aside from that, so, like, remembering that the US have 4% of the world population and 22% of the jail population of the world. Aside from all of that, remind yourself that when you say we need to over-police certain areas, that you are working in contradiction with something in essence, the presumption of innocence. Basically, we are deeming the people living in this area culpable of, like, before they've been judged. So therefore you're saying we expect them to be guilty. And when you over police, you, like, the more you police, the more you find crimes. And that's how, like, the stop and frisk worked in New York. So yeah, you're going to find fucking crimes, but it's not to say that there are actual more crimes in those areas. It's just that you find more.
I just, you know, you see Camacho. Yeah, education makes stupid and violent. Mm-hmm.
Right. It's just like I don't know. He seems like really obsessed with like this, like just reducing it down to culture.
You know,
just like
they always do. It's black culture. It's rap. It's
oh my god!
Do you people read this shit when you post it? Every time I've ever got somebody who says some shit like that, and they like, oh, I have an article, they post it. All I have to read is the fucking headline, and I'm like, do you read this shit before you drop it into my chat?
Yeah, it's like. What the fuck, dude?
A new study shows that African American college graduates face unemployment rates nearly twice as high as others with the same education. You do realize this doesn't help your argument, right?
Yeah, that means there's fucking less opportunity for these people. Like, what
you're
what
literally you're making an argument for systemic racism existing at this point.
It's not culture, you dumb fuck. What is this? These are college graduates. What are you talking about?
It's culture with a K is what it is.
Like, are you just saying that like black college graduates are just like more dumb, or they have a culture that like fosters higher unemployment? Is that like unironically your argument?
Well, I mean, no, what this would be an argument for, looking at this article, it would be, what he's arguing is that black people are lazy. Because the point of this article is that the black unemployment rate remains twice as high as the white unemployment rate. So fundamentally what he's arguing is even if we educate them, they're still lazy.
Oh no, Lefty, did you not read the article? It's talking about black people that already have an education. Not that they don't go to college.
Oh, no, but no, it's that education isn't valued in black culture because, again, they're dumb, right? That's what you're arguing.
Yeah, it's just like, what like, dude, read the fucking, like, of course.
Here's the problem.
Math people, learn it. Jesus Lord, learn how to read a graph.
What's the demographic argument that we're doing here?
Oh, don't even, Swede, I don't want to, no, sweetheart, I don't want to do this to you. I don't want to do this to you. This is like 5th grade math. Like, I do not want to bring you into this conversation. It will break your heart. Right?
Yeah, this is like literally.
So I should just go back to relishing the fact that I just put my butt in the smoker?
You should go back to relishing the fact that you just put your butt in the smoker. Yes, 100%.
Take a nice big whiff of that shit.
Like, and for anybody who's new and wondering why I'm Swede is like high-level economics and finance to the degree that most of us will never even encounter in our lives. And for Swede to have to weigh in on some like 5th grade math shit is just tragic. So, no. We're if you want to know, Swede, we're having the 1350 conversation.
Okay, I'm out.
Okay, but again,
yeah.
Okay, but again, Lefty, where does the culture come from, if not the environment?
Oh.
Like, what place is more likely to have a fishing culture? A coastal city or a city in the middle of fuck nowhere in the desert? Okay, still then, Lefty, why are you blaming it on the culture if it can be explained with the environment? Redacted 1350
It's a racist like dog whistle. I'm just gonna call it for what it is. It's a fucking dog whistle.
Yeah, basically it's like FBI statistics at one point or another stated that like 50% of all like homicides were committed by African Americans. African Americans make up 13% of the population.
Therefore, African Americans are supposedly more violent and something. Racist policing justified.
Policing, never mind.
Oh, I've already, Swede, we've already, like, from beginning, like, literally, like, there's nothing. It just, at this point, it's bang your head against the keyboard territory.
Yeah. and then again, like we're talking about college graduates, right?
Yeah,
so
we're college graduates, not finding
yeah,
jobs.
the question is then what college? Like I'm pretty sure that a lot of recruiters will look at what like where you studied, and all colleges are not made equal.
I'm gonna kind of shoot that one full of holes.
Oh, all right.
For certain areas of the economy, yes. So like if you want to get
I have business
on Wall Street right out of college,
I have
where you went matters.
Forgive me, but I have to interrupt. I have business to take care of. Fister just redeemed 30,000 points. And we all know what that means. So I will give the spiel that I always give in these instances. I'm a lefty, so you're about to be timed out for 10 minutes. A member of the community has spent 30,000 channel points to time you out for 10 minutes. Look, I understand if you leave, but I will also tell you that most people will respect you more if you manage to survive it. But either way, you are about to be timed out 10 minutes later. All right, so it looks like I'm free. I'm going to get high now. Yeah. Anyway, continue your conversation. Go ahead, Sweet.
It's pointless now since he's probably going to leave.
But for the rest of most other areas, where you went can just be boiled down to, oh, I'm an Iowa graduate and they're an Iowa graduate, so there's a bias there. That can be accounted for. It's not Ivy League. It's just, oh, you're an alma mater of where I went to. And then there's the other part where HRs really don't give a shit where you went to school. They just care that you graduated.
Fair enough.
It's gotten to the point where most of us have realized that neurodivergent people exist. And they're not.
Wait, what? You're telling me neurodivergent people aren't just a creation of Hollywood? You fucking liar.
And they're not going to be 4.0 Ivy League people, but they're going to be highly talented if you get them in the right situation. So again, I think the old trope of it's where you went to school is a little bit dead, or if it's not completely dead, it's dying very quickly.
All right. I will then retire this argument.
There will be individual instances. There will be. And I will tell you that your argument exists at high finance on Wall Street. Other than that, going to Georgetown may give you a leg up, say in Washington, D.C.
It does.
That kind of still, going to Creighton still gives you some Midwest panache. University of Chicago, UCLA and USC out on the West Coast. But it's still, if you went to UC Bakersfield, it's just as good as a USC degree for most HR departments.
All right.
Anyway, sorry. Just reading Discord and replying to somebody.
And as somebody who heavily suffers from ADHD, I'm glad that the world has finally recognized that you can put a neurodivergent person in the right situation and they will flourish.
You corporate sellout.
Gotta feed the kids.
Yeah.
Gotta pay for all those cyborg upgrades.
You participate in society. Interesting.
Yeah. Gotta pay for all those cyborg upgrades you're seeking out. As the millennial generation gains more power, these traditional indicators like education are being discarded. It's a weird fucking thing because I came up, I've talked about this at length. I was that generation, but IT, right? It was never a thing. It's the subsequent generations that have had to deal with that entry level stuff for information technology. It's do you have a degree in computer science, this sort of thing? In my era, it was seen as a hindrance. If you had a college degree in something, chances are it wasn't in the actual field that you were attempting to enter within computer science and information technology, because those degrees by and large didn't exist in most places in that time and space. And so not having that degree early on was not only not a hindrance, in some instances I can say for sure it paid off, because people were viewed as with suspicion if you came into a lot of those sorts of gigs and a lot of those sorts of areas with that collegiate appearance. I can cite one case specifically when I was working for my employer here in Las Vegas before I went independent. He was meeting with a potential client. Decent, medium-sized business. Let's go there. And in IT, generally medium-sized businesses are classified from 51 employees up to 500 employees. That's a medium-sized business. So he was meeting with the owners of the company, and I was late per usual. I don't think I've ever been on time for anything in my life except maybe occasionally this show start time. And I walk in the door, and I was like 22, 23 at that time. So imagine an even far more youthful me, but with bleach blonde hair, and I think I had blue and black streaks and spots in it at that time. And so I walk through the door, and I shit you not, the woman who ran the damn company takes one look at me, looks at my shirt, looks at his shirt, looks at me, looks back at him, and she says, "He's exactly what I trust. I was at DEF CON last year, and they all look just like him." It landed a significant contract by me being the exact opposite of what, like, standard business collegiate appearance looked like. At that time in the industry, frankly, looking like a hacker paid a lot of fucking money. So it's weird to see that come back around, and that, like, you know, now we're starting to re-enter this era of, like, or not we sort of caught the tail end of it within IT and computer science, but the rest of you to sort of catch up to this idea that, quite frankly, most of the time, or at least a good portion of the time, the people who are applying for that job, it really doesn't matter if they have a college degree or not. The point is, can they do the job? And so
right now, they're actually people in my industry are actually opening up in certain areas of our company to getting high school interns, and then over the course of 6 years paying for them to get their degrees or whatever they want, and then they can make $24 an hour along the way.
The same guy I was just talking about, starting pay was $24 an hour, and this was years ago now.
But we're also going to pay for them to go to whichever school fully, and Creighton ain't cheap.
What's a year or a semester?
It's $1,000 a credit hour.
Oh, okay. Sassy, I feel as if I'm being taken seriously. If I'm a little disheveled. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, banana new. I'm a white UK, but one thing that can influence college university entries is the communities we were brought up. Oh yeah, my father was a coal miner, and I faced resistance at the time about me going to university. Not that he objected overly, but he couldn't see the point in it. That's fair. Yeah, there's cultural normalization, standards within society, anti-intellectual strains that can coexist within a community, and can definitely become a social pressure on people to not pursue that. But yeah, like I said, it paid for me not to. And I've talked about how, like, when I was in school for an MIS degree, I ended up dropping out because I was paying money and also not making money at the same time, because I started way young. Like, you know, the regulars know this has been a lifelong thing for me in technology. And so I'm paying out money at the same time. I'm like, you know, somebody would pay me like $120 an hour, right? And you're telling me information that's like 5 years old in an industry that updates by the second. Like, this is a losing proposition for me. So yeah, I left. And it's weird to see some of this come back around for other people. Like, just give them a fucking test on the way in or something, right? Like, that's IT is notorious for that. Like, we don't really give a shit about your degree. We're gonna test you anyway. You know, we're gonna like give you like 3 or 4 tests in the area that you're applying for, and even some like logic and common knowledge stuff as well. Like, if you pass the test, who gives a shit what your degree is? Just show me you can do the job. Sourcing, I agree. It'd be nice, but sourcing, I think that young people should go to university if we paid for university. In the US, is saying that young people should still go to university is it takes on a different tonality.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a whole other ball game here.
Primarito, why do you always attract the crazies? Like, I need to learn your secret sauce here.
I feel like I should bring this up since people don't seem to grasp this, but gangs usually spark up in neighborhoods to defend said neighborhoods the same way the Black Panthers did. Also the Crips. What was it? Community resistance in progress. Can't honestly say why gang wars happen, but the culture of a gang is to defend a neighborhood, because at the end of the day, that's just a residential militia. Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong if I am. No, you're right.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna give some perspective as somebody who's been around these people like literally my whole life. At first, it was like that. Nowadays, it ain't. A lot of it's like.
I don't think it's the argument.
Well, I think it's just a generational evolution, right? Like Wither's statement as a foundational statement holds true. It's just fast forward a little bit.
All right. What I'm saying is that, like, I'm not even sure if it holds true, like in all instances. Like, to me, like, it seems like whenever gangs pop up, and they do still pop up to this day, like sets from random fucking place will just spark up out of nowhere for whatever fucking reason, and a lot of that's just like to essentially fill the void of the black market. Like, a lot of it's like, you know, finding social hierarchies to embolden in order to create like a demand for recruitment. Or in other words, you know, if you've ever seen like a scene in a mafia movie where like a dude gets fucked with and then mafia guy stops him and then, you know, brings a new dude in, that's a very like a common experience in a lot of gangs. You know, a lot of people like look up to gang members as kind of like people who have status, that have like power and influence. Like, it's something, you know, it's a very human response to, you know, being fucked with your whole life and being essentially victims of a system that doesn't quite value you as an individual. And those people, a lot of gangs essentially give you that out and that like attention that you crave for as a young person. And that's like a lot of like the psychology behind like
it's a substitutional family.
Like, well, Vito Corleone's story in Godfather 2.
Yeah.
Just
so
watch
gangs,
that.
they always have been with her. That's the thing. They always have been. Never haven't been copied.
Well, gangs are mafias are gangs. They're the same thing.
Yeah.
They're the same thing.
It's just like, typically we give them like mafias are basically gangs that have survived the street level bullshit and have moved on to greater things.
Yeah.
They are Italian.
They put on, I mean, traditionally, like, just strictly speaking, but to somebody who's like 18, like, it's just, you know, different.
And according to Michael Franzese, mafia is a term that is solely reserved for the Sicilian mafia.
Yeah.
And the New York American is La Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, which is hilarious when they start gatekeeping gang names.
Well, you'd be surprised how heated those politics become.
Oh, I know. But I mean, for those of us on the outside, Fucking,
it's I
goofy.
get it, and even trust me, even people inside that culture will agree with you that it is still kind of fucking dumb. But
it's like Apple. It's like Apple doing a drive-by on the Google building. It's a little goofy.
It is goofy, but it's like that's the thing. Is like it's goofy to us because we have more, whereas.
All right, Lefty, I'm just gonna tell you right now, you're racist. Like, I'm just gonna put that out there in case you were concerned or you weren't sure. Like, just FYI, I'm pretty sure this is an issue for you.
I've been white as fuck, son.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. The ones that still exist, fucking Hell's Angels, the goddamn Mongols and shit. Man, come on, son. Don't fucking
casual. I've been working on a chart for Lefty. Also, kids that are brought up in gang communities. Yeah, the cycle. Everything they want, it goes on and on. Yeah, the cycle.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is they're essentially the way that they become a cure to alienation is by gaining power through the black market, and in sometimes when they're large enough through just the regular market, and then they basically just fill those demands by further causing strife in communities to further solidify their place in the social hierarchy. It's fascistic in a lot of ways, really, but no one's ready to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I just I'm look.
I like to we rely on the whys from the sociologists, but it's still, most of it comes down to socioeconomic situations.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we already I started the argument with that you were lacking literal countries worth of context and nuance here. It's just unacceptable at this point. So I'm calling it for what it is. Oh, himself. We're pretty sure it's a satirical name because it's a brand new account. It's a troll name.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, something along those lines. Yeah, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, exactly.
Well, that's what I'm saying, premarital, is that fascistic behaviors are actually just pretty much kind of one-to-one with fat fascistic behaviors. It's the same thing, appeals to ultra masculinity, criticizing alienation brought on through the market-based societies, trying to find ways to climb the social hierarchy, as it were.
I love
this.
I love this response. Himself says, "How does he even consider himself a lefty? What the fuck?" Lefty responds back, "Because I agree with abortion."
I like it. I dig it.
I'm gonna poke that little that bubble of yours a little bit here. There's leftists that don't agree with abortion.
Oh yeah, they exist.
It's like guns.
It's weird,
There's both sides.
Yeah.
There's a lot of right wingers that don't agree with gun ownership. They're the scary ones.
The test of whether or not you are left within the political spectrum is not abortion. It's a little broader than that, but yeah, the left is not a monolith, and there are many who do not agree with abortion.
Oh no, Nico, it's the other way around. He's saying that 90% of gang members are black, not that 90% of black people are gang members.
Yeah.
It's the other way.
Flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they're called wedge issues. Hey, Googleizer. Yeah, there are Christian anarchists even. There's some really infamous Christian anarchists, actually. Yeah, there's atheists on both sides, says Swede. Yep. Exactly based. Yeah, it takes more than just saying I'm pro-abortion to be a leftist.
Is the Triple K a gang? Yeah, I would say so. Mm-hmm. They operated in very similar ways.
Yeah, no, for sure.
No, they're 100%. There was this thing about fisheries started by Vietnamese immigrants that fled, Vietnam in the war, and the KKK was very much about pushing them out and allowing like white fishers to operate instead of them. So yeah, no, it's also about territory. It's also about protecting your community against a perceived threat.
Oh Jesus Christ! I'm just this thing came up in my my feed about how there was a proposal in America in 1916. There was a proposed amendment to the U.S. Constitution that would put all acts of war to a national vote, and anyone who voted yes would have to register for service.
You know what? I'm for it.
I'm for it.
Well,
Yeah,
you know why that happened in 1916.
This would.
Oh, fuck it. I'm down.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
United States-
they were trying to
United
keep us
States
out of World War I.
newspapers were not hiding what the trench warfare was like over there at that time.
It was. They were trying to keep us out of World War One in a roundabout way.
Fucking- But I'm for it though. Just like fuck it. Put your money where your fucking mouth is at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fucking brilliant. Like, all right, fine. You want to fight? Fight. Here's your fucking rifle.
Yeah. Don't. You know, you shouldn't be so gung ho about sacrificing other people's children.
Lefty, you're not doing yourself any favors.
Yeah, this is not okay. Okay, so it's just a parody account. All right, you know, I respect it. You've committed to the bit.
You have committed to
pretty
the
well.
bit. I'll give you that. You overplayed your hand with the 1350 though.
Yeah, you did. You caught a little bit too much flack early on.
Yeah. It's a good run though. Credit where credit's due.
You should have just been like, I don't know, I hate cops because they're like not racist enough. Like that might have been like a bit of an easier like sell.
We're being accelerationist.
Yeah.
Look,
Haven't
sometimes
seen
it's
one
fun.
of those for a while.
The accelerationists are all on the fucking left right now.
I don't like it. It's worrying.
To see a left winger, an honest left winger, actually hope Trump won, it was sad.
Yeah. I've found most of the accelerationists to be hanging out on the left right now.
Well, since the boogs have come to ground, yeah.
Yeah, the way that I look at it, I think the right has had a good enough taste of institutional power for them to like kind of not want to fuck it up this time around. So it's just like, you know, that sort of thing.
Sassy, do you think trolls get paid to troll? I mean, imagine that if that were like, I mean, Chinese and Russian trolls do. Like they have like paid troll farms.
They pay like
Where's my Soros bucks?
Oh, hey, all right. Hang on. Sassy went to, no, I'm sorry, not Sassy. Casual Cupcake went to all that trouble and made a fucking graph. Like, literally made a graph. There you go, Lefty. It's in pictures for you. So. Good work, Cupcake. Oh, no, that won't be happening, Cupcake. No. No, that won't be happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the trope of the same race on same race crime too. It's like, well, duh. People that are around each other usually commit crimes on each other.
Banana, yes. Trump's father was arrested at a Klan rally. Yes. That is a thing that happened to Fred Trump. Yes.
Alright, folks, I'm gonna have to go and pretend to be a productive member of society. Y'all take good care of yourself.
Good luck with
Love
your
you all.
good luck with your class.
Googlizer, astroturfing is
Later,
shooting
Fertus.
J.K. Rowling into space.
Sourcing. I don't expect most judges to understand things like selection bias. No. Nair Socks. Rule 1. What does Rule 1 no arguing without content means? It means you're not allowed to sit in chat and fucking just say no, wrong, bullshit over and over again. Right? If you're going to disagree, if you're going to have a position, support it in some way, shape, or form. That's what that rule is about. Googleizer, fair enough. I had to make sure I didn't typo for that joke. Abolish the left and the right, and anything else is as a political positions is Wither. I think that we just need education. We need education, folks. We need education. We need science. We need some scientific literacy. We need some literacy. We need mathematical literacy. Like, it's education.
Critical
folks.
thinking.
Yeah, like Trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric would be a great place to start. Nair, thanks for the follow, and Camacho, thanks for the follow. I just, I'm in a way that it's still in my head that the other streamer who's doing that fucking sacred geometry spirit science shit now, like, I've seen too many people fall down that rabbit hole. And just, it's like pseudo-intellectualism that makes claims to secret knowledge bases, but, it's all around you, and you can experience it, and you can understand it, and be a master of your fate sort of shit. That, this secret magic stuff has been hidden from you by the powers that be. It just speaks to all these alienated dumb fucks who have no basic education. And at the end of the day, all it does is pipeline you to some insane beliefs. So it's weighing heavily on Kai's soul that I have to see another person go down the sacred geometry hole.
Well, see, this kind of goes back to my kind of chief gripe, which is that ultimately, while it's impossible, I do think that a lot of what can solve this shit is philosophical consistency and having an actual education in things like meta ethics and all that shit. It's just the logistical pipelines needed to create that on a societally wide scale or nigh impossible. So it's
Crazy Mark, go to YouTube, search spirit science. Your job done. That's good luck to you. Just don't come back here spouting that shit off, please. But yeah, that'll deliver you unto their doorstep. No, I agree. I think that there's fundamental education that hasn't been done. And I mean, I advocate for Trivium, logic, grammar, and rhetoric. The rest is fucking icing on the cake there. You need to know how to, you need to have basic grammatical structures. You need to know how to speak. You need to know how to interact with somebody, and you need to how to logically fucking think. And beyond that, fine, we'll teach you the math, we'll teach you the philosophy, we'll teach you whatever, the science on top of it. But there's some motherfuckers out there that have, what did we say earlier? But the death of critical thinking. This is half of these things that, we have to talk about on some sort of semi-regular basis can be disrupted entirely with some just fundamental critical thinking skills, plus some basic math and some basic, literacy, at the end of the day.
Shit. Chevrek is back.
Oh, God. It's a clip from Infrared.
Should we watch it? Question mark?
Streamer finds out new strain of COVID discovered in California. I don't know, fucking.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, the P1 variant.
Yeah. No.
Okay, that's 2 clips, Chevrek. If you spam up the chat a little bit more, I'll just block you. Or I'll just kick you. So just keep it to a minimum.
Oh, why are we? No. Pastry.
Up that bed,
Their
so
name
I
is
will-
Pastry. Do you think if education increased, the U.S. would ever see a conservative government in power again? No. No.
Well, not conservative in the way that we view it.
Yeah.
We'd probably move more to like
Bye, sweet.
European conservatism, which would be just like neoliberalism, but like more like.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for the
basically, we
metric.
go back to neocons and shit.
I do, apply cat's claws there, but oh, there we go.
Okay, yeah, same clip. I'm just fuck it. Give it the warning, buddy.
Dude, a cat literally warned you about that shit. Like, one, you're a hateful, violent rhetoric-filled individual, right? You message people on this channel all the time outside of chat, telling them to do things like kill themselves, right? And then you want to come in here and, like, ignore what you just told, like, hey, don't spam links into chat like that. And then you continue to do it. What do you think was going to happen? My man. Like, Jesus. Crazy Mark. Okay, so I just looked up spirit science. It seems to be genuine pagan spiritual witch beliefs, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something worse disguised as spirituality. Oh, no, Crazy Mark. It's a whole fucking pipeline. Trust me. Been there, done that. Like, this is not something I'm speaking on. Like, I've had to cut people out of my life because of this sort of shit. Like, trust me. It's super toxic when you follow it all the way through where it leads you, algorithm-wise and ideologically. It gets into some pretty toxic places at the end of the run. It starts off pretty innocent sounding, though. Yeah, it's yeah, pretty much.
That's kind of my hot take that, like, I know gets a lot of shit around here, is that, like, kind of religious beliefs, or rather, to be more specific, like theological or spiritual beliefs are kind of always rooted in some sort of reactionary thought due to the fact that they, most of the time, not always, make some objective claim about the nature of reality.
Taoism for the win.
I know.
Taoism for the win.
Exists, guy.
Yep.
I'm just saying, most
can't know
spiritual and religious beliefs don't follow like the Taoist model.
Yep. You just can't know it. Just get over it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, and this is Jesus Christ. What is this supposed? What is this even supposed to be in reference to?
What's going on about?
I don't fucking. He put some fucking link in about African genetic diversity implications for human demographic history, modern human origins, and complex disease mapping. And I think it's supposed to be some, like, I don't know, I think argument that, like, black people are genetically different. I'm being generous here.
Okay, so he's moved off of pretending like he thinks it's the environment. Cool.
Yeah. So it's in.
That was like the original grift.
So you're making an essentialist argument now rather than, all right, fair. All right, cool. Now we know. Like, if we didn't already know.
Gonna save you some time here, buddy. Don't pull the grift if you don't mean it. If you're gonna play the character, stick to the act.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy Mark. It's a thing. Yeah. Very cult-like when you follow it. He wants to use it to get all eugenics-y. Of course. If you look around in this channel, there's always something racist, homophobic, and transphobic. Yeah. NECA. Yeah. One of my friends, like, he ended up at the, Jews secretly run the world and blacks had it better under slavery side of that spectrum by following that path all the way to its conclusion. I've seen this shit happen. Yeah, it is shocking to watch that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, well, sometimes you gotta cut a motherfucker from your life, right? Shed the baggage. It's the one thing I can say I've never had a problem with You know, sans one exception, but you know, we were fucking. Yeah. If somebody's that much of a problem, shed them. Doesn't matter if they're friends or family. Kick them to the curb, folks.
Give it like a couple of months left. You're kind of getting there.
Raphael, no one needs a level of negativity. You know what the thing was that actually got to me in the end? By the way, after I parted ways with him, he ended up at the fucking full-on, like, you know, racist territory. He managed to make that progression after I sincerely think my sort of like mitigating presence in his world. Once I removed that, he went full fucking nut job. The thing that drove me the craziest the most is that when you're in that conspiracy territory, like full blown, like Cat knows his line, like when the NSA satellite is watching your Ford Focus in particular, right? When you're at that level of conspiracy mindedness, nothing is possible. And I wanted to get back into doing advocacy and activism and organizing to some extent. And those types of people don't believe anything is actually possible due to all sorts of stuff, like, you know, think tanks full of social engineers and stuff like that, right? The rulers of the world are always 12 steps ahead of you, and there's like multi-dimensional beings and they have time travel and shit like that. Like, there's no way to get ahead of that. And so it is it's just such a depressing state of being to constantly have to qualify or argue or position your statement within a framework that is going to follow as soon as you say something. Well, why even bother doing that? The fact of the matter is, if they they'll head you off in the past, they'll arrest, whatever. There's always some crazy fucking conspiracy that's going to prevent you from making any change in the world. And so that actually was the straw that broke my back and that had me kick him to the curb in the end. And then, yeah, within a few months, I got word from one of our mutual friends that he was saying crazy shit like, you know, the Jews run the world and, blacks had it better under slavery, and that, you know, there's like multi-dimensional lizard people. That it was bad. It was bad. He's fully off the fucking chain at this point. So, you know, part ways. Let's see, what do we got? Breaking news, Prince Philip is finally dead? Holy shit, really?
Oh, god damn, son. How wouldn't that happen? Like, just now?
Yeah, that shit, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, dies at 99. She's immortal. Married more than 70 years. Holy shit. Yeah, it broke at 4:01 a.m. 10 minutes ago. Viva. I'm not surprised. It happens. My Shrooms dealer. Hey, Sensual Sloth. My Shrooms dealer is a QAnoner. Should I not buy from him? I mean, if he's got good shit. Again, I would never tell you to break the laws of your municipality or your locality. That would be against terms of service, and it would technically be illegal in some areas. But, I mean, you know, there's... As far as legal ventures go, you know, I do take into account things like the politics and ideologies of, you know, vendors that I procure from. But, I mean, there are exceptions to be made if, you know, someone has a particularly good product and, you know, well, I mean, that's just capitalism, right? And we all have to suffer under the yoke to a certain extent or another. First Maggie Thatcher is dead celebration day, and now that. I shed no tears for a king. No, he royalty. Fuck him. Viva. Oh my god. Well, yeah, where they're to do it, they just didn't do it well enough. I had 4 cars at the time. Do you think the Illuminati sphere beings will resurrect his rotten corpse? Can they clean off all the human waste off? I'll have to check in with my Illuminati handlers and see what they have to say about that matter. Whether we'll be he won't be resurrected, he'll be cloned, like one of his clones. So there's somewhere in the world there will be an influential Prince Philip clone being cranked out, probably age 12 to 15 or something like that, and he'll be an up-and-comer somewhere, something like that. Yeah, that's usually the conspiracy line on that sort of stuff. These people are batshit insane. All right, so what did I have up here? Yeah, I don't need to. Premarital, thank you for the offer.
What premarital say?
Oh, it's not in chat, but over in Discord. So, yeah, I'm good. Thank you, though. Just check Facebook or Twitter. I try to stay. I don't have Facebook. I don't partake in Facebook. And I created a Twitter account like last year. And from everything that I've learned from my community that comes off of Twitter, I'm really happy I don't spend much time on Twitter. As in, like, I check it maybe once every month, maybe. And occasionally I'll click a link that somebody has sent me on Twitter, but hopefully usually it's like breaking news and stuff like that. Twitter is a goddamn hellhole. That's just, yeah. Oh, Lefty. Oh, Lefty. Fair enough, Neko. Oof. I wanted to open. No, I don't need the commands. Thank you kindly, though. All right. Yeah, he's at 18. Holy shit, Roxio got raided by somebody.
Oh, did they?
251?
Oh, yeah? Good for him.
Roxio's never had more than fucking 7, maybe. That's intense.
I'm for it, though.
Oh, I like the whole shtick with, like, we're a pair of foxes trying to pilot a human thing. I like it. I dig it. It's quaint and charming. But yeah, Jesus Christ, I can only imagine that shit show. Like,
non-binary, you're late to the party.
Yeah. Sorry, non-binary. Oh, Jesus. Now he's doing the Muslim rape European immigrant thing. It got grabbed by Automod.
I want to allow it for the sake of conversation. It's just like I'm not ready to see lefties get mad in the way that they get mad.
Neko, Roxio, Roxio Foxite, is who we're talking about. Yes, it is, Wither. And here's what we're gonna do. GTA's at like 18. It's a little high. Do you have anybody?
I don't know. Bez is at 11.
Who's Bez?
Stuff by Bez.
Oh yeah, all right. Let's see what they're doing.
I could write in a Momo for just to shake it up. She's at 20.
You know what? Why the fuck not? if I'm ever gonna break a norm or a rule for myself, it'd be for Momo. So
that's what I'm saying. Just
if anybody got it, it'd be Momo. I don't know what's going on with your Benzo Munchies is real. Kaiser, holy shit, like you should have been here like way earlier. But either way, okay. Now I'm looking at these numbers. There are 72 people in this stream right now, and 40 viewers are ready to raid Momo. Momo is great people. We love Momo around these parts. Why am I not seeing a higher viewer count? This is ridiculous.
Thank you, one person that joined the raid.
Camacho, thank you kindly. Just raid out. You don't have to fucking stay there. Pipper GP, we are aware, but thank you for bringing news. And that one person just left, and another just left. I am disappointed in y'all's level of praxis. Well, all right. Lurk Ignoramus is at 1. Viva, I will raid Lurk Ignoramus another night. Remind me, please. I will do that. But yeah. Yeah, well. All right. I will catch you guys later. For those that are new, I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific U.S. time. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. You just caught a 11:30 show. And we're out.
Sweet.